Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, March the 17th, St. Patrick's Day. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Kiri. You guys can hear me, see my screen. I am in an FRC short, guys, so I'm going to have to pay a little attention to it. I'm waiting to see if it can take out 26. I'm waiting just to see if it can take out 26. So give me a moment here. Banks, of course, are in full focus again today, guys. Look at KRE. That's why I've got KRE up here as opposed to the SPY. Just waiting, guys, to see if it takes out 26. Excuse me. We've got some interesting, of course, price action on it. Excuse me, not price action, but price targets. I mean, JP Morgan, of course, put money into them. So, of course, they're going to say that they think it's going to go higher. Wedbush put a $5 price target on them. So, we've got definitely some competition there. Just waiting to see if we can get it, take out 26. Okay, other stuff happening. ENZ. Split ends. Let's see. ENZ trading higher after the company, I think they did some kind of a sale of a division. Company announced it will sell its clinical laboratory. Okay. Where am I? I'm in on a 27 break, so I'm okay. But I'm really looking for a major collapse. Just have to keep an eye on it. Um, HUBC. I think this was more for news from yesterday. HUBC, so it's continuation. Something to do with a cash injection. Now I can't see that headline. I think it was something like a $20 million cash injection for HUBC. HSTO. Let's see. I'm just not seeing. Oh, here we go. Issuance of a U.S. patent covering well, there's CTS-2090 methods of use. Okay. FedEx had earnings, guys. Interesting. I don't know if you were in the room yesterday. I was saying that FedEx has earnings, and yet the analysts were talking about how they anticipated it was going to be very weak. And here we go. FedEx, big pop for FedEx, 11%, 231 million in the float. That is a big percentage moves. Okay, guys, I've taken myself out of the FRC trade. I'm going to wait on another, maybe on a 26 break again. Excuse me. I'm going to stick an alert down here, 25.92. See if it takes it out. Still has room compared to yesterday's low. Yesterday's low was way down here around 19. So Sarepta. Wow, Sarepta just got hammered here, guys. SRPT, Sarepta. And they got hammered on trading lower after the company said that the little to that. FDA has decided to hold a public advisory committee. Okay, which is not good news. So Sarepta just getting hammered here, down 19%. Maybe. I mean, look, maybe. Well, it looks like there could be some support around 117. It's at 121 right now, down $28. Diebold, wow, Diebold, DBD guys, DBD on liquidity issues. Near-term liquidity issues for DBD, almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low looks like it's around right here, 123. and that is Diebold, DBD. And Playboy had earnings such as they are. PLBY, this is an all-time low now for Playboy, PLBY. This is going to show, probably going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Actually, it may not. The reason why is because it's going to have to gap down 40%, 40 cents from the open. It's already at 176. So that's going to be tough for it to break or to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Doesn't mean I may still look at a short on it. It is an all-time low. And there are tons of shorts available, 1.3 million at Interactive Brokers. So there must be lots of shorts everywhere. Yeah, some of the Bitcoin plays, I haven't. Let's take a look at BITO just as a an ETF for Bitcoin. Yeah, nice. I mean, from 12, boy, 5 days ago, 12 to 1650 now. If you don't want to trade Bitcoin itself, but an ETF for Bitcoin. This is a big. You look at the weekly chart for this. Yeah, this is a big move now. Look at the weekly chart for Bitcoin, BITO, and the next high looking left is 1976 from 1652. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but interesting. Yes, Diebold is shortable on IB. It's just so cheap right now. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. Dominion. Dominion Energy. Okay, these are one of these, again, topping tails that are really non-existent. All right, crypto play, ARBK. Hmm, that doesn't look that interesting right now. There's another one I forgot to mention, PXMD. PXMD, it's pretty big pullback from its highs, 308 down to 262. I don't see any news on this one. I'm just always delayed, just wanting to see if. Wait a minute. No, it's just telling me that what the movers are, but it's not telling me why. PXMD, that's a big move though. Earnings. Earnings after hours today. Very rare does a company release earnings after hours on a Friday. So maybe it's in advance of. Yeah, I saw that Acer just got creamed, but what are we going to do with it now? Under a dollar? There are shorts available at Interactive Brokers, 55,000 of them. Yeah, Mara and Riot. I mean, they can be the exciting ones, of course, but I'm wondering if people are just tired of them. But they've moved. They've moved with crypto. I mean, yeah, Mara was at $5 and now it's at 827. It's the same sort of like the move for BITO. And take a look at Riot or RIOT, Riot. Same thing, exactly the same thing. Difference is, big difference is when you look at the weekly chart of Riot and Mara, look at the weekly chart if you can fix that in your memory. Riot and Mara, okay? Now look at BITO. Look at that weekly chart. So here's that big gap. Riot and Mara don't have the same look. So I'd almost, I'd almost, if you wanted to trade crypto, I'd probably more look at VITO. All right, let me see if my upgrades and downgrades have hit my email. They've been later, so that's why I've been doing the sector watch a little bit earlier. Let me just see though if they're in yet. Yeah, here they are. Okay. Now let's just see. Yeah, we still have more upgrades and downgrades. Interesting. If there's anything interesting, the one I missed yesterday, some upgrade. I can't even remember the name of it, but it really rocked. I can't remember the name of it. Now, there's your Warner Brothers, WBD, a couple of upgrades I see from Wolf and Wells Fargo. So Warner Brothers, WBD, a couple of upgrades. Take a look at that one when I get these upgrades completed. All right, let's take a look at WBD. A couple of upgrades for it. WBD, Warner Brothers. Yeah, a little bit of action. Actually, that's a good move. You know, we got the downgrades in. Not that many. There's a list of them, but a lot of them are those foreign stocks with Y's and F's at the end. So I don't really look at them. And Argus is also downgraded FRC along with Wedbush. I think it's a few more of the downgrades to go. Okay, let me get them into the main room now. Yeah, so that's a pretty good move for Warner Brothers, WBD after those two upgrades. It's a huge float, 2.2 billion in the float. So, a 3.8% move, not bad. Okay, I'm going to take a look at the sectors now, guys. So now we had a big pop yesterday in everything in the market. So a lot of those 200-day moving averages that were being breached, going to be a little bit closer to them. Let me just take a look at All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this is XLE is a major ETF for energy. When you see 95% in red, that means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So we're in for a negative open right off the bat. I can tell that. Obviously, just look at all the major sectors. Um, Utilities is about 50%, but other than that, all the major sectors are down. So let's take a look at XLE in relation to the 200-day moving average. So yeah, it had a sort of a recovery day yesterday, but still way below that 200-day moving average. Now let's take a look at healthcare, or sorry, retail, XRT. XRT, a couple of days of recovery, but still below the 200-day moving average for retail. XLP is climbing back closer and closer. That's the consumer staples to the 200-day moving average, but still below. Healthcare is definitely below XLV. Healthcare is definitely below. But again, a few days of recovery, trying to get closer to it. Industrials has been, but industrials was sliding. Yeah, look at this. I mean, even industrials are so strong for the longest time. It almost hit it a couple of days ago, bounced off it a little bit yesterday. We'll see what happens today, but it's still above it. XLI. Financials, here's the one. XLF, still below, of course. Consumer discretionary, XLY, XLY. That, yeah, that is still below. Utilities is below, don't even have to look. XLB material should be, yeah, yeah, materials, another one that was pretty strong for a long time. That broke down a couple of days ago and is still below, of course. Communications, XLC, a star, a star. Look at this. XLC it's a star. And Warner Brothers, of course, in that, I don't know if they're in XLC, but certainly that's the sector, communications. And then we've got XLK. XLK. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, tech is leading the way now, guys. Tech was, just beaten up for so many weeks below that 200-day moving average, but tech. So the growth stocks are leading the way. SMH, the semis, yeah, strong. So we've got semis and communications and tech leading the way over the 200-day moving average. All right, so I'm still watching. I have to look at HUBC. I want to see HUBC, and I want to see where it is with respect to the. Yeah, so I mean, this started trading as HUBC back here. This was on the first of March. Started trading as HUBC. I don't know if this was a I don't know if this was a SPAC or I don't think this was an IPO, but at any rate, it appears right here. Might have been an IPO because it's an all-time high. It's showing up as an all-time high, and that's HUBC. Yeah, so Roshan, I mean, we looked. My feeling about Mara, Riot, and Hut. I mean, obviously they're all Bitcoin plays. What I said was, if you look at Mara, look at the weekly chart for Mara. Okay, sort of get that in your head. Look at the weekly chart for Riot. Come on. So look at the weekly chart for Riot. I'll look at Hut. Hut's a real cheap one to know out of Canada. Yeah, look at the weekly chart for Hut. Look at the weekly chart for BITO, though. I mean, if you want to play crypto today, in my opinion, I mean, look at the weekly chart for BITO. I mean, there's nothing but there's 1976 is the next high looking left. So I'd be more inclined to take a look at BITO if you're looking to play crypto today. Up to you, of course, but that's my opinion. May not be quite as exciting as a Mara and a Riot, but I mean, the weekly chart to me anyway tells the story. Now, so that HUBC is it could be the interesting one. Jeez. Little catch in my throat today, guys. No, I'm not sick. Um, I'm gonna stick an alert up here. The pre-market high was 328 or so. Just stick an alert up there. There we go. That was the information I so A Labs reaffirms a $20 million pipe investment in Hub at $10 per share. Okay, so I'm a little ignorant of all this, but to me, if it's at $3 a share and they're doing it at 10, that sounds good, right, William? All right, let me see if anything. LSDI, LSD I. What do they do? This is psychotropics. Well, it's got a good name. LSDI. Um, yeah, I just think a lot of volume, pretty good volume. See if there's any news on this one. After the company announced they teamed up with Pramantha Group to secure key government contracts, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. All right, guys. So Sarepta, SRPT, big, big, big gap down for it. Let's see if it has any sort of recovery in it. And it's maintained with a $160 price target by Ms. Mizuho. Mizuho. Looks like there's some support around 118-ish for Sarepta, SRPT. And basically, this is it. Plunges on drug approval doubts. Buy the stock, analysts say. Analysts remain bullish, calling the update surprising but not negative. I wonder if these analysts wonder how many shares they own or their customer or their clients own. I don't believe this bottoming tail, guys, for Apple. I think that's another one of those dark pool issues. Okay, so HUBC is actually now starting to give it up. It's shortable too. Interesting. This is shortable for me. I'm surprised. It's a fairly new, well, not fairly new. It is new. Okay, guys, just checking to see if anything else is happening here. CIFR had a an interesting day a couple of days ago. Okay, I'll get the SPY back up here, guys. So you can see right here, there's KRE. That's the regional ETF for banks, regional bank ETF, and it's having a pop. And as yeah, well, WAL, they're probably all moving up now. Huntington Bank, Huntington Bank shares moving down here. But again, like most interesting, it's moving counter to what the KRE is doing. So a little bit of a counter trade right here for HBAN compared to what the sector is doing. No, you jumped the gun again, Kiri. Not 1 minute to the open. You're well. My clock now says 29. So, all right, everybody. Let's. I'm going to get rid of this. Wait for the open. Typically, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Let's have there's a wild end to this week, or I don't know what. Well, it's the banks are still frothy, but obviously not as frothy as they were on Monday and Tuesday, but still very frothy. So let's have a great end to this trading week, a week to remember. Give it 10 seconds. I'll get back to the SPY here. All right, guys, we are now open. Well, we've got a bunch of stuff happening right now, right off the bat, guys. EVNX, EVNX. Uh, Give me one moment, guys. I made a mistake in a. And as usual, tons of action right off the bat. Wow, look at wow, XPAV had a big pop, guys. XPAV a huge pop. It was down in the pre-market, but XPAV having a big pop here. LPSN, I noticed had an upgrade. No, forget it. Okay. The big down day yesterday, of course, LPSN. Yeah, big move for XPAV. That was that was down to $8. Excuse me, $8 in the pre-market. And this is just absolutely popping here. This is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. I don't know what's going on because guys for fewer deliveries as fourth quarter loss widened. Maybe they're guiding no, they're guiding for fewer deliveries. So I don't know. I don't know. I can't explain this one. Maybe somebody else can. Maybe there must be some news. Maybe there's some news that's hitting that I'm not aware of. I mean, registers a 47% decline in deliveries. Big one, guys. Intel, INTC. INTC showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Are you kidding me? Normally this would never happen. Not with a stock with 4 billion in the float. Histo on the move, guys. Histo, HSTO did hit $1.38 in the pre-market. Low float, 4.2 million in the float. Again, this is company announced a U.S. patent. Okay, so a U.S. patent was issued for them, and that is for HSTO. ACIW jumps on a report of takeover talks with a PE firm Motive Partners. Okay, so that is the reason for this ACIW popping a bit here. Not a bit. I wonder if this news hit yesterday. That's a big move for it yesterday. Okay, guys, there goes Histo. There goes Histo, HSTO. The next high looking left, not talking about the pre-market high, but the next high looking left is 127. We have some halts now. FRC, I think it just got halted on the way down. FRC just got halted on the way down. IVA resumed. Yeah, not very much volume. Stifle initiated coverage of this one with a buy and what? Okay. Buy and a target of $27 for IVA. Here we go. And we have another halt here for LFCR. So we have two of the banks halted, WAL and FRC. Wow, this one's halted on the way down. LFCR halted on the way down. Lots of shares available to short also. This is an all-time low. Holy smokes. All-time low. It's not showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown because the volume is too light. But this is an all-time low for LFCR. Lots of shares available. 1.72 million shares available to short at Interactive Broker. So, man. Well, you got somebody got their wish. FRC halt on the way down. Okay, THMO guys, I have that thumbnail still from a couple of days ago, and it is starting to move a little bit here. Yeah, so the high yesterday was 626. Very, very, very low float. Guys, take a look at Sarepta. Sarepta is getting into that, what I considered maybe a support area. SRPT, maybe a support area. 117, 118 level. So I say a huge, huge drop. Trinity, stop your nonsense. I'm sorry. My computer is just going crazy right now. Okay, here's a crypto play, BTBT. BTBT, a crypto play. How is BITO doing? Let's take a look, see if BITO is having any sort of a move after the pre-market. Not really, not much. Remember yet one of yesterday's big stars, CRBP on the way down here now, guys. Are they doing the financing? Can't see any news on the financing. Had an initial pop this morning all the way up to 644. And then it's almost like I keep looking to see if they're going to announce a financing. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's not shortable for me, so I can't do anything about this, but it is through the 200-day moving average now, 535. This is okay. Wait a minute. We've got from the AI. I want to tell SHLS. Let's see, SHLS, not doing too much. So this is going to be, excuse me, FRC was halted at 9:35. It should open now, and it did. So and WAL should open in about 10 seconds. So WAL should open in about 10 seconds, less than 10, 2, 1, now. There we go. So there's the WAL open and the FRC opened. Excuse me, EOSE, a little pop here. But to me, it's coming into some resistance areas. So, excuse me, it's not that interesting to me. EOSE. Mhm. Guys, GCT. This is an earnings play. Earnings play. GCT out of so Hong Kong. The next low looking left is 560. If it takes out 560, then we've got down to 5. And that's for GCT. There are a lot of shorts available. Interactive brokers. Okay, KRG is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 1904. Now, I think I have an issue with it, maybe. Yeah, I see the next low looking left is 1880. It's too close for me. But then 1859, 1880, 1859 is just a little bit too close. If it were a straight shot down to 18, I'd be probably all over this one, but and this is what I'm talking about, guys. There it is, KRG 1904, the potential short. Let's take a look at BRX. What is it doing? 2013 was the alert, 2013. So it has the same sort of thing. These are two property, KRG and BRX. Looks like the same sectors. Yeah, I just don't see enough room for it to move until it hits support, so an area of well, the next low looking left for BRX and the KRG for me. So consequently, I'll take a pass on them. Mm. Well, if KRE is going to be the crystal ball for FRC and WAL, look at this. Okay, guys, ENZ just popped back up. The after hours high yesterday was 266. Had some news. Selling looks like a piece of their company or something. So this is in the sector. Okay, so KRG, it's in the sector, the financial sector. But again, I just wish there was more room for it to run until it hit the next low. Otherwise, I would love to short this one. And this ETF for the banking industry, U.S. big banks. Well, this has got room. I mean, this has got room. 1437. This is what it hit yesterday, but then the banks rallied, of course, on that cash injection news for FRC, and the banks rallied on that news. So this is a mortgage trust, again, financial sector, NYMT. This is showing up. The next low looking left, 1880. Okay, GCT is still weakening, guys. Mentioned this one right around 560. Still weakening. The next low looking left is 5. Oh, it's already 15 minutes in. Okay, well, now I can start taking a harder look at some of these. Well, you'd have to contact Schwab, Dora. I don't know. Maybe they're not allowing you to trade it. I don't know. I can't speak for what Schwab, like an announcement from Schwab. I don't have Schwab. I mean, it's an ETF, but other than that, are they preventing you from trading it? Boy, big bounces now. Big bounces now. Boy, these are. I mean, these are like multi-dollar moves now. Yeah, look at the average shoe range. Of course, this is a little bit skewed, $15 because of what happened, because it's looking at the 10-day average. But yeah, the KRG is moving down, guys. I just have a tough time taking it because of what I consider is some, pretty good support not that far away. Now, support. Next lows looking left. They may not be support at all, but of course. And we've got halts galore, or some resumptions, I guess. So LFCR got halted again. This is probably a real cheap one. LXEH, education out of China, resume. Pair, I heard some news about this one. Pairs 50 cents. YS, YS. This is okay. So this is a SPAC that turned into YS. Okay, you can tell that because, as I'm assuming, because it traded in the pre-market. There's no way it's an IPO trading in the pre-market. So this is a SPAC that turned into YS today. I'm sure Casa would know which one. Let's see if I can find the news here. No, maybe not. I mean, it rings the opening bell. YS. Usually it'll say, a SPAC, a business combination, etc. Very, very rare will a stock start trading in the pre-market as an IPO. So I just don't believe it. Purple guys, purple. Wow, purple's almost a PRPL. It's an earnings play, almost an all-time low. PRPL, almost an all-time low. The all-time looks like sort of some next lows looking left, 262. That looks like the all-time low. So this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but as always, I will stick an alert at that next low looking left and see if it takes it out later. So that is for the PRPL. Lots of shares available, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, trading these banks today, they're up and down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Yeah, that's a big comeback now for FRC. The high was 29. I guess at 29, that's at 9:30. Yeah, so the high was 29. Takes that out. Look out. It could start to run, but keep an eye. As I said yesterday, you should, if you're going to play these banks, these regional banks, have KRE up. Okay, KRE up. This is the regional bank ETF. Most of the things that you're going to try to trade will, if it's a regional bank, will follow whatever KRE is doing. But you got to be careful because see, wall is moving down. So I mean, there's not a direct correlation right now. I mean, wall is moving down. Hit two highs up here. Stick the alert there. 35.38, 35.40, 35.40 for wall WAL. See if it takes that out later. A couple of highs right there. So Repta guys, SRPT. I mentioned that it looked like that 117, 118 level. Kind of that area right around here. It actually got down to 117, and now it's having a little bit of a pop. Boy, FRC is strong, relatively strong. And I think it just got halted. I think FRC just got halted. Am I right? Mm, maybe not. Yes, I'm sure it's halted. It's not showing up here yet. No, maybe it's not. No, it's not halted. Excuse me, it is not halted. It just sort of stalled. I was watching my time in sales and it just sort of stalled, which is, you know, It's pretty tough to do when it's trading 29 million shares and it's this active. I think Groupon had a Groupon GRPN all-time low, guys. GRPN all-time low. And it's an earnings play. It's an all-time low. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And they're not giving me the shares. There's enough shares, 77,000 available, but this uptick rule. This uptick rule is it's down 21%, so the uptick rule is in effect. And I hung there at 385 for about 30 seconds, no fill, so I'm gonna have to take a pass. Halo, I think Halo had a bunch of downgrades yesterday. Halo is hitting my 10-day daily breakdown. It doesn't look like there's very much support near term anyway for Halo. Halo. No, Wall is definitely not is not following. I'm not saying, obviously in general, if the CRE is moving higher, in general, you'll see most of the regional banks moving higher, but obviously not entirely. So NUWE, this was a real crazy one, guys. Yeah, that's the one that got up to 186. NUWE. Low. Oh, look at this. No volume. 37,000 shares. This is a huge, very, very low float. 532,000 in the float. So if you took this one, be extremely careful. It's got some room, I suppose, to 8 if you look at that daily chart. That's where all the big resistance is. But of course, traders are looking way back here this week, back in August of last year, when it got up to $183. Ah, buenos dias, Carlos. PXMD. So this is starting to move. No, no. Again, topping tail and then the sell. Sarepta on the move here, guys. SRPT is on the move off that 117. And of course, it's got a huge gap. Had the bad news about FDA maybe revising their still still have the analyst So again, plunges on drug approval doubts. That's the reason where the analysts are trying to prop it up. Yeah, so as I expected, we've got some of these things that are showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. If it's financial related, you're at the whim of KRE. So, there's the KIM, the BRX, the KRG. They probably all kind of popped a bit. Yeah, look at them. And then KRG, going to see some green candles. Yeah, so they've all in that sector. That's what makes it difficult. I like the ones that are trading more on their own. They're not so tied into the sector. Like a purple with probably earnings. Yeah, it's an earnings play. A Groupon is an earnings play. Maybe it's a good thing they didn't fill me. Halo is not an earnings play, but it's not tied into financial market, of course, or financial sector. So this is a crypto play, guys. Hive. So this got a little bit of room. Hive's got a little bit of room. It's a Canadian company. Um, has a little bit of 337, a little bit of room. 337. That's the next high looking left on the daily. The 200-day moving average at 339 also. It's just not enough room for me to take it. I mean, it's that simple. I look left. I want to see a lot of room that it could keep moving until it hits, next highs or certainly a moving average. Now, if somebody told me it was going to go from 315 right up to 339, sure. The histo's still alive here, guys. HSTO is still alive. Again, after announcing a patent, some kind of a patent, US patent. Or histo is definitely alive. HSTO. Here's another one, guys. I mean, it's financial sector, NVDS. However, NVDS showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown, and this is an all-time low now for NVDS. Now, this is a little more interesting to me, NVDS. I like to see it break 17, take out that whole number. We just put a price alert just underneath that, a 1685, and see if it takes that out. Because this is not following KRE, okay? This is more or less trading on its own, NVDS. Well, FRC now, yeah, is shooting through 29 now. Boy, lots of action, lots of halts resumes. A week to remember, guys, with these banks, with the movement, with these, they're not low floats, and they're trading like they're low floats. And now WAL is definitely seems to be following KRE. Okay, all-time low, LFCR, all-time low. Wow, not very much volume. It's 50, you can tell not very much volume for it. Well, relative, yes. It's 309,000 shares, which represents 51 times normal up to this time of day. So that just tells you this does not trade very much. Oh, I'm sure FRC, I'm sure WAL, I'm sure you could pick a bank and at some point they're going to be good shorts. It's just a matter of timing now. Because now look at that big topping tail for KRE. So that can mean, of course, that these ones are starting to sell off a bit. Now, this is one I do not want to lose sight of later on, and that is the NVDS. It's an all-time low. I'm waiting for a 17 break. I think I have an alert set for about 1685 and see if it takes that out. It's financial sector, of course, but I mean, it's an all-time low. And there's a lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Look at this big topping tail now for KRE. Are you sure? I show 134,000 shares available to short for NVDS at Interactive Brokers. 134,000. You can't see the symbol, but that's it. 134,000. Does it show that there are shorts available? Now, there are times I have to admit when I've tried to short something, even though it looks like there's shorts available, and it blocks me, some kind of an instrument perhaps. But other than that, really, how is that possible? How is that possible? That I mean, I just flashed that. Okay, now look at the bank. Look at this now, guys. So hmm, well, I have no explanation for that. Ah, I get it. Okay, NVDS is an inverse of it. Oh, okay, okay. I did not know that. I guess if I read it, it might tell me. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Okay. So NVDA going up like Tesla. Tesla's got one of those also. So NVDA going up. So with that in mind, I interesting that NVDA is not at an all-time high, and yet NVDS is an all-time low. Interesting. Okay, guys, AKAN, AKAN. The next high looking left is 147. Now, if it can break through that, the next high is 204. So AKAN is kind of interesting. Another crazy low float. Hmm. Okay, I get it, GB. Okay, so that's why it is at an all-time low where Nvidia is not. Guys, HUBC is popping back over 3 now. HUBC popping back over 3. Had some news in the pre-market. I think a $20 million injection. William, I wish you could if you could understand what that means. It says that at $10 a share, a cash injection. I think it said 20 million at $10 a share, and that's HUBC. Meanwhile, BNKU, it just tracks KRE. Look at Bank of America, even BAC with their billions of shares in the short, billions of shares, 8 billion shorts, down 4%. Again, that blasted uptick rule, I couldn't get the purple where I wanted it, PRPL, the short to try to short purple. Could not get it. Again, the uptick rule, stock is down more than 10%. Typically, if you want to short a stock, you just go in at the bid, assuming your broker has shares available to short, and you'll get a fill. If it's down over 10%, though, there has to be some action, some trading at the ask, and goes back to the bid. But you could be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. And no matter what people try to tell me, the uptick rule is not in effect in the pre-market, which makes zero sense to me. There's the purple, guys. So it's a pretty good alert. Excellent alert. What am I saying? Pretty good alert. 274 down to 235 now. So the original alert was at 274, potential short alert. It moved a little higher after that, just a little higher. And then I was trying to get it right around that 270 mark. I kept inching, lowering my bid. They just would not, bad words, bad word, fill me. Ah, that's the one. I mean, look at this. I mean, big percentage move down now for purple, PRPL, and it's an earnings play and it's an all-time low. So those are the ones I love when there's actually news associated with the reason why it's being decapitated. Now, most of the time there is usually some news associated. There has to be usually some reason why a stock is making a 10-day low. Let me put the SPY back up. I want to see how closely the SPY is following KRE. I'm sure it's very close. Yeah, pretty close anyway. I mean, with these banks, it's all about timing. I mean, yeah, they have multi-dollar swings, but it's all about the timing, getting in, depending what you're trying to do, either shorting them or going long. All right, Kodak. Okay, you kidding me? Kodak is an earnings play, KODK, but to me, just coming into resistance. All right, in and out. After an hour is when I start looking at these the winners in the races. I like to see, get some history behind them. But you can see, I mean, there's so many stocks that are just doing the same thing, topping tails and then just dropping. The WBD, topping tail, drop. Had a couple of upgrades today, WBD. What's Fro doing? Yeah, the only thing I can say about Fro, it seems like it's trying to hold the 200-day, the VWAP. Boy, look at Bank of America, guys. BAC still moving down with that big float. Just one moment, please. Okay, so you're saying Riot had a nice move up. Let's take a look at what BITO did. See if it accompanied it. Accompanied to say went along with it. Yeah, just choppy though. I just find this stuff just so choppy. You're trading a sector. Yeah, BITO has not done too much. Wow, look at BNK. I was thinking of taking that one, the BNKU, but I backed off. It actually popped above 15. I thought, okay, maybe, or right here, popped above 15. I thought, okay, but just like yesterday, this is a great short, and all to do with, of course, the banks. All right, guys, for those of you following a THMO, it is trying to make a little bit of a move here. But again, Very, very low float, very low float. The high yesterday was 621, so obviously there is some room. Yeah, I mean, PXMD, the high of yesterday, or sorry, 3 days ago was 281. So what did it get to today? It got up to 285. If it can take out that level, there's still 290, and then there's 333. So, I guess if it can take out 290, but then you got the whole number to contend with. I mean, it would have some room. It had some news today, PXMD. Actually, it's an earnings play. Actually, it's not an earnings play. It's an earnings play after hours today. Very rare that a company releases that Friday afternoon after hours. Very rare. I don't know if there's any other news on this one other than maybe, just trying to people thinking there's going to be a good earnings release. That's all I can think of now. EFC, okay, EFC now below that whole, underneath that whole number. The next low looking left, of course, it's in the financial sector. 1092, 1081. Well, why not? I'll stick an alert for about 1076 on this one for EFC. That is the low of that weekly candle, the weekly candle in October of last year, which is not that far away. So if I could take that out, take a look at FRC and the VWAP. Where are we with that? Well, below it now, 2850, 2850. So over $1 below the VWAP. Peter Smith, are you in the YouTube room by any chance? You asked a question yesterday. Now the HSTO just briefly made a new high. So yeah, so Peter, when you ask, I mean, you don't have to pay for go. I mean, I know you don't like the fact that it's the webinar with Brian Shannon. It's a go-to webinar, but you have to pay. I mean, they've never, ever, ever do you have to pay to sign up for GoToWebinar. Number one. Number two, yeah, I was talking about the anchored VWAPs yesterday, and I was saying they're in the works. I mean, Michael is still testing them all. We can't release it. I'm just maybe I shouldn't talk about it at all. But just trying to tell people that they are coming. There are scans that he is developing. They're just not ready yet because he's adding things to it, and he has to make sure it's not going to break the system. I don't think that's the issue. but he's adding some other filters to them, before we release them. That's all. I wouldn't get too. I don't know why you would get upset about that, but certainly the GoToWebinar thing. I mean, we would never force people to have to buy. You have to, take out a subscription to GoToWebinar in order to hear a webinar. Shoot, this one is still not shortable for me. CRBP, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So it's interesting you say that, Frog. I mean, of course, that's your opinion. Brian Shannon talked about fibs yesterday, and he's not a big fan. But we all have our opinions. Peter, when the webinar is starts, you'll be able to ask questions. Okay, on the 30th, you'll be able to ask questions. We've been using GoToWebinar. When we used to do the Monday to Thursday webinars, that was the format, and you could always ask questions. So do not worry. All right, guys. Well, yeah, choppy action is always with the SPY and the KRE. I should just put KRE back until these banks settle down, which may be a while. There's the histo, guys. The histo is making another new high. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 164. So this is a Argentine bank, Banco BBVA, and this is now the low yesterday was 638, so it's right there. The next low is, yeah, 624. Too close. Too close. Yeah, this FRC is confounding me. I keep thinking I'm watching WAL. Keep thinking it's going to take out this 27 level and just collapse, but it's right now you just, I mean, look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. Very difficult, in my opinion. Very difficult to trade this one, to try to time. If you're either a shorting or going long. I mean, I suppose the only argument I can make is if it takes out the VWAP at 28.45, 28.45 or so. All right, we're now an hour in. Okay, so I'm going to take a closer look at some of these things that won races. Action is so choppy in that first hour for many, many stocks. Okay, guys. Well, while I wait to see if these banks are going to have a stronger trend rather than just going to bouncing back and forth between a kind of a channel, I'll talk a little bit about my homepage and the promotion we've got. Now, I don't know when this is going to end. I know St. Patrick's Day is today. Probably I'm sure it'll last through the weekend anyway. You too, Greenhorn, if you're still there in our Discord room. Yeah, ACIW. This just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout, 2658, right about here, a little bit over the well, quite a bit over the VWAP now. What sort of room does it have? It has some room, 2723. Has some room, guys. And I know there was some news on it. Jumps on a report of takeover talks with a PE firm. So it's all rumor related. Rumor related. Okay, so you got to be careful. Obviously, that rumor hit yesterday. You can see that daily candle, and it's continuing today. All right, everybody. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas, it's a good time. We have a 25% off the first month or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, there are four plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 25% in both cases, of course, brings it down to 1,500 and 750. But you don't have to go. I'm just sorry. I'm just watching something here. I'm watching that FRC to see if it takes out 27. You don't have, in fact, don't go annual unless you absolutely know you want the product, okay? Because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. So there's no point in taking out an annual unless you know you want the product. So you can always go monthly to start, 118, 228. You'll get that 25% discount off that first month. which then that gives you an opportunity. I mean, the only reason people go annual is to get a better prorated monthly rate. You're paying upfront, but you're getting, divide that upfront by 12. And of course, it's less than the 118 or 228. But this gives you an opportunity to take out a monthly at 25% off. And then if you do want to take out an annual and you do it within 30 days, we will honor the 25%. Okay. If you currently have a monthly subscription, and you want to go annual, we'll give you that 25%. So it's also up for current monthly subscribers. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos, the download and install, first startup and login, etc. Okay. Mandatory that you do that. If you're new to trading, we have a course for you, Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading, it's a great course. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it all together. Okay, so this is not third party. So I really recommend you take a look at that. I do a daily stock of the day video, free of course. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is a free service. It is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. There was no trade this week. Steve Gomez, who develops them or scours over the weekend to try to find a trade, decided, it would be prudent to be in cash this week. Education section. Click here on the education section. So here's our user guide. Click on the user guide. There is the getting started again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. If you click on the stock racing, we have 4 videos here that explain it all. And these are clickable. The race startup, you can click. Race configuration. So it'll give you a good idea about what the stock racing is all about. Okay. There's the getting started again. So daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 every Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. And today's Friday, so it should be Andy. Andy, sorry, one of our traders. So he will take over. I'll verify that, of course, before I do take my break. And I'll post the YouTube link in the other 2 rooms so you can head over there and listen to Andy if you want to. And last, here are my scans. Okay, so here are the scans that I look at. Here are the 2 races, that I'm displaying right up here. My 10-day daily breakdown and breakouts. I love these. The halts resumes, not so much a scan, really just information telling me when a stock is halted and when it starts resumes. And the pre-market act is up and down. So this is what I've been using forever. Okay. These are top lists. This will allow me to see the stocks, that are moving up. I'm very active in the pre-market. And so that's how I develop a list. Doesn't mean that, I'm going to trade anything that's on the list because you have to wait for the market to open. But at least it gives us an idea about what to look, maybe what stocks to follow once the market opens. And I've been again using this format and I haven't changed it in probably 10 years. So if you do want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage. Okay, my homepage link, and then click on it and then use that promo code. This room is free. Okay, so the room will get credit for the subscription. I get a piece of that. Everybody's happy. The other thing is if you save my homepage, then you can take a look at my scans and that education section at any time. And again, if you click on my link, you have to scroll down to get to my scans, okay? Every now and then somebody says I can't find them. It's because they haven't scrolled down, okay? All right, guys. So FRC now is just a little bit below 27. See if it hangs in there for a little bit longer. And as always, first of all, welcome. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between, well, 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. I say 9 a.m. That's when I get live on the mic in all the rooms, but I do open the main room at 8 o'clock Eastern time, of course, or even earlier, no later than 8 o'clock. So if you want to go into the main room and chat with others, you can do so. And then I get live on the mic at 9. And there it went, finally. FRC underneath 27 in a big way. And look at KRE. Ooh, in a big way. And hearing symbol crashing, which means something is breaking. Yeah, the ACIW guys. Awesome. Look at this. You know, just talking about it, 2658. When I was talking about it, I think it was 2662, 2698 now. And this is, it's rumor, all rumor. I don't think it's quad, Denver. I think it's triple. I don't think it's quad. I may be wrong. Whatever I read in the pre-market, I thought it said it was triple witching today. But I may be wrong. You read quad? Okay. Let me go to my email. I definitely read triple, but they're obviously wrong. Well, this is what Morning Squawk said. Marks the periodic phenomena known on Wall Street as triple witching, but or stock index futures, stock index options, and stock options all expire at the same time. That was from, but maybe they were wrong. Well, I got somebody in our YouTube room saying it's triple. Whatever it is, it's the. So this is what they said. Okay, this is triple witching. So anyway, man, BNKU. I looked at that. That doesn't count if I didn't take it. So silver play. Let's take a look at PAAS. Interesting, maybe because what's the Yeah. To me, the 200-day moving average is just too darn close. 1735. Boy, this one is just, I mean, just getting destroyed here. This ETF, triple leveraged. The low yesterday was 1446. So it's right there, just a little bit below that low. It's actually showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown right now. Okay, FRC now the breakthrough 26 again. Oh, and yeah, I mean, WAL moves more, I think, than FRC in terms of dollars. I'm not sure on a percentage basis, but wow. Who's buying dips on BABA? I don't know, Joe. Are you? Somebody asked in their YouTube room. I mean, there's the low looking left yesterday was about 80.33. SNV, another one, guys, another financial SNV. Um, so it's taken out the low of yesterday. 27.58 is the not quite. 27.58 is the low yesterday. ACIW. I'm sorry. HUBC now above 3 again. William, I asked you about this one. I can't find the drives me crazy with IV. The headlines disappear. See if I have it here. Okay, yes. A Labs reaffirms their investment commitment. This was on the 15th, and it said $20 million, and I think they said at $10. Uh, investment at a price of $10 per share. Okay, 20 million. So what am I missing here? That's HUBC. What am I missing here? Because if they're putting it in at $10 a share, 20 million at $10 a share, and the price is $3 right now, there are a little nonsense happening in YouTube. So that's HUBC. Am I not understanding what that means? They are removed, or at least I've done the report also. Yeah, if you're going to go on a higher time frame to trade FRC and WAL, it means you're going to have a wider stop, and you were going to have to take fewer shares, of course. But yeah, it'll keep you. Well, it can keep you in the trade longer. If you're trying to trade these on a 1 minute chart, forget it. Just in general, I'm not talking to you, Kitty, specifically, but you're trying to like. I know people like to trade 1 and 2 minute charts. Man, on those, you'd be if you're putting proper stops in, you'd be whipped out of positions left and right. Okay, this one from the AI is actually maybe a little bit interesting. First time. Too bad. Let the developers know. Anyway, HNRG guys. So what's the photo? So this is actually it's a earnings play. Yeah, they released earnings after hours yesterday. Okay, and the high today was 870. And looking over here, it has room to the 920 mark. So it's got some room. HRNG. Okay, so it's not just me. You can't understand it, then I certainly can understand. I cannot understand it either, William. This makes no sense to me that it would be sitting at 3 because it looks like they bought 2 million shares at $10. LiPo, LIPO. Let's take a look at LiPo. Wow, LiPo. Yes, look at this. Are they doing a financing? That's a big, big drop, just like that. Yeah, I got some thumbnail charts, guys. Not really doing too much. I mean, there's some. I mean, obviously the WAL and the FRC. I mean, they're tradable. Is just picking your spots. Certainly, the volatility is there, but man, you got to pick your spots. I thought maybe that HUBC might get going, but nope. Wow, too bad. I wish I'd seen this OPRT a little bit earlier. This is a financial. It's in the sector. It's not caring what the rest of them are doing. Obviously, OPRT, digital banking platform. Okay, so it's too small, I suppose, to be tied in with the rest of the financial mess. Right here is the next high, 355, and then four. So had a nice couple of days. All right, guys. PRTK. Let's see what this one is doing. This is on my momentum up. Nothing. Look at these. So many stocks like this, guys. Topping tails and then just the sell off. I mean, look at Sarepta. I mean, Sarepta is just hanging in a nice, a $2, $3 channel. Just doing the big news this morning. Maybe doubts about the approval of their drug. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. Let's see. I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts. If there's anything interesting, I don't see. I just don't see it. Look at ENZ. I'm looking at HUBC. Obviously I have FRC and WAL, but I actually have THMO also. I thought maybe THMO might get rolling, but I think the best I can say is it's kind of holding the VWAP, 535. Yeah, it's holding the VWAP. That's about it. Used to be one of those days, I think that if I weren't, in a room moderating, I'd probably just say, you know what, I'm going to turn my computer off. Maybe take a look at it later on in the afternoon, but other than that, yeah, I'm just looking at some of these. I mean, they're showing up on some other scans I've got and RVLV, but I look left and I just see, well, how am I going to take this as a short when I look left and I see, a couple of lows that are pretty close to it. So it just prevents me from taking it. Same thing. I just, here's another one, VKTX. I just see some resistance right around 1150 or so. So I mean, the stock's at 1128, too close for me anyway. Cold in Canada. Well, Canada's a big country. Is it cold in the States? I can only speak for Vancouver, and yeah, I would say it's unseasonably cold for Vancouver. That's all I can speak for. Jamie, absolutely. Don't ask me to tell you what they were. I can't remember. My mind is gone. But yeah, I'm loving afternoon trading. I just can't get excited about Harmony. I mean, HMY 373 is the next high looking left. So even though it's moving beautifully, but cannot get too excited about it. All right, you mentioned silver, PAAS. Yeah, I mean, I saw it, but the 200-day moving average at 1735, that prevents me from doing anything now. The next high would be 1761. You're right. I mean, if it can get up to this area, but right now, it's going to be tough maybe to get through that 200-day moving average for PAAS. Well, look at this. Okay, so now KRE is weakening. A little pop here, the previous 15-minute candle, but this is now starting to weaken again. Give me a moment, guys. I'm making a reservation. Uh, guys, just I made a mistake on the reservation, so give me a moment, okay? I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, you asked a question. I'm new here. First of all, welcome. How are I'm getting tickers? So this is a software program called Trade Ideas. Okay, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. So the software is generating ideas all day long. This is, you can create your own ideas from scans. You can create your own scans to generate ideas of things that you might like to trade, depending on how you like to trade. In other words, just simple things like, I only like to trade a price range of $1 to $50, a minimum volume of 500,000 shares. It's got to be up 2 or 3% from the close or the open, things like that. So you can create your own scans based on your criteria, and then it will generate alerts for you all day long. Now you have to have some trading experience, of course. Just because you get an alert doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. I share a lot of my own scans, and we also have scans. This is an example of a scan. I click on new and then dock channel bar, and then I click on these are theme-based channels. I'll click on momentum as an example, the momentum channel. This right there, this is an alert window. Histo came in at 11:08, so that's 2 minutes ago. We'll wait and see if so. Why did Histo come in? HSTO 11:08 Eastern Time, and the price is 162. Okay, you can see on a chart right there, it made a new high up here. So why did it appear? Well, This scan is looking for, if I right click, configure, summary. So that's what this scan is looking for. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. Lots of screeners out there, but we're a real-time alert service. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 100,000 shares minimum. This is what gets the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So since I just opened this channel, there are no new stocks that have come in yet. No stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's why we're not seeing anything yet. Okay, but that's the general concept. And of course, so I'm sharing a lot of my scans, so you don't have to know how to, you can take a look at my scans. We have a lot of scans that we've created in all these different channels. But of course, you can create your own. You might want a different price range, you might want a different minimum volume, things like that. We have a lot of different alerts. This is and again, don't get overwhelmed by all I'm showing you. Right at the top here, the new high, the new low, that is a real-time alert, but we have lots of different real-time alerts and a lot of different filters. But again, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. You don't have to know it. You might only want to use a few of them if you want to create your own scans. The reason why we have so many is because, excuse me, when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they had to create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them if they wanted to create their own scans so they had to create enough of them so they can combine them. Okay, with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles out there. But again, you do not have to learn them all. Okay, but that's the general idea of what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. And again, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and we have a lot of scans that are pre-built. And what you're seeing here, these are a couple of scans that I have that I show. And we do have a promotion on right now. If you're interested, if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to the top here. Okay, and there's a promo, Patty at 25, St. Patrick's Day, 25% off the first month or the entire year. And this is what I was talking about. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. I've got all these different scans that I'm sharing. And this room is like this Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. Well, 9 a.m. to 3:20 p.m. live on the mic. And you can ask questions. But if you're new to trading, I don't know if you're new to trading or just new to obviously you're new to Trade Ideas, but if you're new to trading, we actually have a little course you could take, Trading 101. If you look at the getting started, you don't have to be a subscriber, but you can get a general idea about what the program is all about. On the getting started, if you click on that, what I would look at is important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. That'll give you a really good idea about what Trade Ideas is about. Okay. Now, what this room isn't, I don't tell you what to buy or sell. If I'm interested in a trade, typically what I'll say is, well, guys, if this takes out this area right here, I really am going to be interested in taking this trade. Doesn't mean I'm recommending for you or anybody else to do the same thing. All right, guys. Let me get the SPY back up and okay. I'm sure the SPY and the KRE are pretty, actually not. No, KR, the SPY is moving. So I'm going to, we'll put KRE up anymore. Well, not for a while anyway. So the SPY is having a bit of a recovery now. And of course, the main focus this week has been on the banks, with the banks, of course, totally in the news since last Friday. But I'm just not seeing a lot of extra other stuff, guys. I really am not. There's the ACIW. That's a nice move, pretty good move from 26.58. That was the alert, 26.58. So it's at 27 now. You look left, and you look left, and next high is 25.37. Sorry, not can't be 27.23. So it's not that far away from the next high. Next high, looking left. Let me go over these races. So what you're seeing here, sort of a hybrid between our real-time alert windows and what we call our top list windows. So every race starts from a top list window. So if I right click and I open the top list. So a top list window before we had the racing concept was used if you, whatever column header you had. So right there is change from the close. This is change from the open, etc. Whatever column header you had, you could double left click on it. And so right now, this is telling me that LXEH has moved 63% since its opening trade. Isto 45%, etc., all the way down here. Okay, that's what it's telling you. Change from the close of yesterday. LXEH has moved 100%. Isto is 70%, etc. So while that information might be nice to know, how are you going to use it to trade? And that's where the racing comes in. Now, in how does a stock make it into this list in the first place? Well, as long as it is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close. So that's how a stock will make it into the list in the first place. And of course, I'm sharing these two races, but of course, you can create your own top list window with your own set of criteria. And when you do that, then you just launch the race, launch the real-time stock race. And this is what would happen. So what is actually happening? So I run 4-minute races. Why? I don't know. I pick 4 minutes. Some people will have 5-minute races. Some might run 2 or 3 or 10-minute races. It's up to you. It is customizable. So what happens is when the race starts, I'm in a little over 2 minutes into this race. There's another 146. It's a countdown timer, of course. So a little over 2 minutes into this race. So what this is telling me is that since the race started, this ANTE has moved 5.76%. Okay. It's only a nickel. It's a cheap stock. Okay, but now it's 9.2%. So when a stock is starting to move from that list, because let me bring up that list again. I mean, how could you ever tell? For instance, what if Cook starts to move? Okay, let me sort on the change from the open. Okay, so what if MPLN? MPLN is 7.2% from the open, but what if it starts to really move? Maybe it's 8%, now it's 10%, now it's 15, 30, really starts to move. How could I possibly see that? Unless I'm going to stare at this list to see if something is moving up, but that'd be crazy to have to do all day long. So that's where the races come in. It'll catch a stock because all these stocks, it's just like any other race. They all start off at a starting line and then the race starts. So what doesn't matter if, the stock doesn't have to be at the top, it could be down here and really starting to move. And this one up here may not be moving at all, even though it's moved the most since the start of the day. But since the start of the race, that's what we're trying to find. What is moving since the start of the race? And so again, there's the, ANTE. You can see it's now moved 12% since the start of the race. What happens is, what's the nice thing, especially if you're new to trading, it'll automatically create a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So when you look at HSTO, it won 8 races, LXEH, 3 races, etc. So the way to kind of use this, well, first of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on the symbol. If you see something starting to move, and obviously there'll be jockeying for position, just like any other race. A stock that starts off in the lead doesn't necessarily mean, at the beginning of a race, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to win a race. But if you see something starting to move, click on the symbol and see what's happening. Okay, not that GLDG is moving, but had it been, and he is still, moving. Now, this race is probably better if you're starting out. Because you won't get big percentage moves in this race. You can get some wild percentage moves here. The reason why you don't get the big percentage moves here is because I've added 2 other filters. I've added a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you won't get the huge movers. Doesn't mean don't click on them, okay? They just won't be as volatile. So if you're new to trading, while it's a lot of fun to be in one of these when it's screaming higher, not so much fun when they're dropping. Okay. Whoa, you're absolutely right, Amir. Son of fill in the blanks, guys. THMO. I had this one thumbnailed and I was kind of waiting on it. And stupid me, I forgot to put a price alert at the high right there. And that's the THMO. If I put the price alert there, I would have been notified that it hit. And look what it did. Got all the way up to, I mean, it almost, in fact, it took out yesterday's high briefly, 623. It's at yesterday's high. That shook off the financing, guys, like nothing. They did a financing. So, the big move was 2 days ago. And then they did a financing in the pre market yesterday, but it shook that off like nothing. This one is actually this BNKU, which you short, if you're shorting the banks, has been actually better than the than the KRE, I think. Not as choppy. It's been basically, other than that little green candle there, it has been, but I guess that corresponds to that one there. So maybe I'm wrong. But the same thing again, getting back to this, this is a more of a large cap. And so again, you just click on the alerts. And I mean, here's how you can kind of use it. Something that won a race, like take a look at WBD as an example. Okay. WBD won a race, won 3 races, but look what it's doing now. Now, interesting because it had a couple of upgrades this morning. But let's just say, I mean, you're going to have to understand how to trade, of course, a little bit of, and depends on how you like to trade. Do you like to play pullbacks or you like to take trades that are near the highs of the day or near the lows of the day if you're going to short? But what if this one had been a little bit above the VWAP right there, that purple line, and it was coming into it? You might have said, wow, I'll put an alert right here, see if it hits it, and then bounces off it, as an example. But what it does is that it allows you then to just to focus on, here's a watch list of just 10 stocks to focus on these all day long. Well, that THMO guys, this I think it's of course it's the float too. Now somebody said it's really a million, but million in the float, we've got 764,000, but that's fine. I mean, it's a very, very low float, but that's why it can be, look how volatile. I mean, look how volatile. That's why I'm saying, yeah, they're wonderful in here when you're on the right side. But look how volatile this was. This got up to 668 and it just dropped a dollar like that. You got to be awfully careful. Other thing you can do is you can practice trading. We have a simulator here, uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. You can use our simulator. I'll click on sim. It'll say account. I'll click on simulated trading default. Still have the short of AMC in the simulator at 716, 425 now. That's a short, 500 shares. I took this a couple of weeks ago, I think. So that's how you can practice excuse me, if you want to practice swing trading awfully hard right now, guys, but people are, they're bound and determined to try. Well, here's how you can practice swing trading. If you took a trade in our simulator and you don't exit it at the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade. ACIW guys, that's probably the best one I've seen in terms of trend. It's been steadily up. ACIW. Well, swing trading day. I would call it not a swing trading year. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing, but and just witness the fact that guys like Steve Gomez, Andy. Steve is way more of a swing trader, and he's all in cash now. And he's at Trade Ideas, and he's not an intraday trader at all, and he's in cash right now. It has been. Anyone had issues with trade ideas crashing after the update? I have not had any. And but I'm on always on a development version. What version am I on? Development version of 5.6.44. So I don't know what you can have. Let me just go to my so there's the pro version, and here's the beta. Where's the beta? Or is it so there's no beta available? Okay. So are you on 5.6.36? Haven't heard anybody. No beta. Okay. I haven't heard, and I'm checking all the emails that we get, general emails that we get. I haven't heard anybody saying there's a problem crashing after the update. This is on, and you're Glenn and Chad. You are talking about 5.6.36. Hmm. And you upgraded today or when? Well, I don't even know when that upgrade was available. If you click on help and about, that'll tell you the version you're on. Okay. Now, again, I'm always on, a development version. So don't look at mine, but the version you can have, the latest version is 5.6.36. When you say set at a level, you're talking about you're, okay, so you're on the latest version. Wow. So it is out since January 26th. I'm surprised we haven't had something later than that. Yeah, believe me, I would, if it were crashing for me all the time, in a development version, I'd be, hammering away at the developers. So now, when you say you bring up, are you talking about putting a price alert on a chart, Glenn? Okay. Now, maybe a dumb question. How many price alerts do you have? You can only have you can have a maximum of 500. Nobody needs 500 price alerts, but just to cover that. Okay, so you do not. So you do not have 500. Yeah, I have no explanation. What I would do though, also, how about if you click on dock channels, okay? Chad, do me a favor. When you click on new, I wish they would get rid of this channels. Just wish they would get rid of the channel bar. And if you click on docked channel bar? Is it happening also? Not channel bar, but the docked channel bar. Yeah, so don't click on the channel bar. It's the old joke, the doctor, right? It hurts when I do that. Don't do that. Or it hurts when I do this. Don't do that. Don't do it then. But seriously, I don't know why we keep having the channel bar here. I wish we would just get rid of it. This is the old channel bar. This allows you, when you click on the dock channel bar, this allows you to click on the channel, and then your layout doesn't disappear underneath. You can have, that's that. Now, I understand there are some channels in the old channel bar that maybe some people like to see, but I would just forget about it. We try to take most of those channels and put them in here. A lot of those channels in the channel bar were kind of duplicates. I mean, they may have had a different channel name, but they were doing kind of the same thing. So I would just stick with the docked channel bar. Okay. I can't even do it. Okay, because if I click on one of these channels, my layout will go. Okay, so that's why I can't even. But let's see what any differences. Yeah, I see there's some different, like, account builder and things like that. Yeah, there are. I do see that there are. I mean, we got to get rid of these. Hey guys, see. Well, here, okay, this finally has a move here. ENZ guys, ENZ, but like I said before, maybe coming into some resistance. Right around that 240 level. ENZ has popped up on my momentum up scanner, but I just I just think there's too much resistance not that far away. Now it could pile right through. Volume is coming in, no question about it. It's not a low float, 37 million, not high, but not low. Has earnings next week. Yeah, it must be something with your system, Chad. Yeah, I that's a strange one. Hey guys, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh, hey guys, I am back. I actually didn't put myself on mute, so I am back. What I'm sharing is just the standard software. Yeah, you don't need, if you're starting out, you don't need our premium service. All right, I'm going to continue to kind of watch the ACIW in case it takes out 27 again. Oh, well, again, understand neck two, okay? Understand that you're getting alerts here. This does not mean you take the trade necessarily, right? Here's an alert. Doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. These are ideas. The program is called Trade Ideas. It's not saying, okay, and because remember, these are scans that I've created for my style of trading. Okay, so for instance, the ACIW was a potential long at 26.58. And it's gone up, it went up to 27. But it doesn't mean I take the trade right at 26.58. What I do is I'll look and I'll take a look to see what's happening. How much room does it have looking left? Before it hits another high. What's the market doing, perhaps? There's more to it than just when you get an alert, you just take the trade. The program, again, is called Trade Ideas. So just so you understand, support and resistance is very, very subjective. Okay. My idea of support might be completely different from your idea. All I do is I always have a daily chart up and running, and I'll look left to see where I see the next high. That's my idea of where a stock may, if I'm going long, way it may start to fail, not fail, but there might be some resistance. Okay, that's my idea. Because again, support and resistance, very, very subjective. My idea might be different from yours and 10 others in the room. But I just look left, and if I can see enough room before a stock hits the next high, I think, okay, it has a chance then. Are you a new trader? Are you new to trading also? Have you ever traded before, really? Or talking to Neck, Neck H, or Net, sorry. I'll call you Neck. That's all I can do. Neck 2. Okay. Well, again, you can create your own scans. You can take the scans that we've got, but again, they generate ideas. Now, there is a way, but again, it's a guide. I'm not saying it's the be all and the end all, but let me just show you something here. When you click on an alert, it's I'll click on HSTO, and what is generated is what's called a smart stop automatically. So what it's saying is if you took the trade right here, I'm not saying to take the trade, of course, but if you took the trade at 135, the smart stop would be 130. Okay, it's a guide. It doesn't mean would I put a as tight a stop on something? Probably not, but it is a guide. Well, again, swing trading pretty tough in this environment, Nick. I mean, we have a swing trading channel. Okay, we have something called PI strength alerts, which are designed more for swing trading. But swing trading is really tough in this environment. Now, for instance, the other thing is that something that worked really well intraday, maybe it started off as a what we'll call a day trade. If it closed well, maybe near the highs of the day, and when you look left, there's still a lot of room for it to keep running. You could say to yourself, "Well, I guess I can keep this." I mean, one of the channels. What time is it? 11:48. Okay, one of the channels is. I think there's one called, well, swing picks. Okay, we've got something called swing picks. You'd have to look at them though. It doesn't mean you just take it just because it says swing picks. You have to have your own. You have to have a trading plan of your own, of course. There was another one that said, yeah, this is something that's sent out to subscribers Sunday night. There are 5 ideas. You can take a look at them. There's a bit of a setup. Level of interest 802, stop 665 for MNTV as an example. Okay. So I guess these are examples of swing ideas. But I'm telling you, it's hard. This is not an easy environment to swing trade. So I guess the answer is yes, you will get 5 ideas for swing trading every week. Doesn't mean you take them all. All right, guys, ACIW right back up over 27. Okay, guys, 11:49. So I'll be taking my break really soon. Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in as I'm on my break, so you can head over there and listen to Andy if you'd like to. So here is the YouTube link. It's not there yet, so don't have to go yet. And it also depends what you mean by a swing trade. Are you talking about swinging something for a month, a week, 6 months? Then you're going to have to start. Then you look at longer time frames, of course. I'd be looking at monthly charts, weekly and monthly charts. Well, Sam, are you a are you a subscriber? You're a subscriber to Trade Ideas. The question is, how can I sign up for the Swing Trade weekly notification? You're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, right? Sam, I'm talking to you in our YouTube room. Yeah, so there's nothing to sign up for, okay? Sunday night, I think there's generally, if you go to our channel bar, so click on new and then dock channel bar and then swing picks. So Sunday, sometime Sunday evening, they're there for you, okay? And this is the email that gets sent out, but it's right there for you, okay? We don't put subscribers to Trade Ideas on that email list. That this is a something I call a very entry. So if you're not a subscriber to Trade Ideas, but you wouldn't mind taking a look at some swing picks for $17, I guess a month. But if you're already a subscriber, all you have to do is just go to that Swing Ideas channel. Probably, I would say, I'm not sure when it would hit Sunday. Let me ask the question. Give me a moment, guys. I mean, look at Histo, guys. I mean, look how difficult these are. Got up to 162 and then just dropped 131. Not a lot of follow through. Hey guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I am right back. I think Pepe, they show up. I'm under the impression that they show up Sunday night in the channel. I may be wrong. All right, guys, I'm anticipating Andy's going to be here soon, so I'm just going to put my announcement in, okay, on mute or on a break. Back around 1 p.m. EP. Hey guys, I'll mute myself now. I'm just going to wait for Andy to show up. Not muted in the. Well, I know the emails go out. The emails, Pepe, go out on Mondays, but I think if you're a subscriber, I could have sworn you can access them Sunday evenings. Yeah, I'm just confirmation from Steve. It says Sundays in the channel. But you're right, the email goes out. If you're just part of that $17 service, it goes out Sunday, Monday mornings, yes. And I'm just waiting it for Andy. And there is the little pop.
Hey, Barry. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Doing good.
You
Crazy
gonna
market,
get?
man. I mean, geez.
Oh,
It's just
wow.
following the banks
Okay.
around. That's all it's doing.
Well, it's funny. Normally I have the SPY up on my chart, but I've had KRE for the last couple of days.
Yeah, there
That's
you
what I've
go.
been looking
That's
at.
right.
Just to try to play the banks and
That's right.
harder today. This has been the hardest day for me anyway to try to play these banks. A
Yeah.
little too whippy.
Yeah. I was having a good day yesterday. Well, I still had a pretty good day, but day trading, and then I hit the banks to the upside. Then I kept trying to buy some pullbacks. I'm like, I gave back a good portion. I was like,
Yeah, oh no,
it's tough.
difficult, not
It
easy,
is.
not
It
easy.
it, it
And today
is.
I'm finding is way harder, way harder. I mean, let's
Yes.
look at KRE. I mean, it's been
I
chopping
know.
up and down all
Oh
day.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So, and now
Well,
you're going to stick around this weekend. You're not heading out on your weekly trek.
uh,
No,
no, no, no.
what?
I went last weekend. We went to visit, and my spies look like they may be trying to get a bounce.
Yeah, the spies
Yeah,
are.
the
I'm
family's
sorry,
in. They
Andy.
went to San Diego to check out another school, but yeah, they're
And they got rained on, probably.
yeah, they did.
Crazy
Yeah, as a
what
matter
a
of fact, they did.
crazy weather. All right, my friend, I'll let you
All right,
go.
yeah. Enjoy your time off. I
Can
can
you go to 1 o'clock?
absolutely.
Okay. Okay. We'll chat in about an hour then. Thanks,
All
Andy.
right, all right, Barry. Take care, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Yeah. Oh, is it quad witching today? Oh man, let me take a look at my calendar. Yes, you are correct. Oh, that's another thing. Thank you, Patrick, for letting me know that. Makes it difficult. There's some extra nastiness in this market. Uh, yeah, I haven't been doing a whole lot today, but I did sell a lot of the stuff I bought in the swing yesterday just because of the way the action's been going. So it's like, I mean, if you're just going to follow the banks around, yeah, it makes it really. I had some really good positions. Had some Nvidia for about 3 days. I said, screw it, I'm going to take my profits. I may regret it at some point, but took advantage of that gap up and a few other things too. I'm like, no, no. If these banks are going to roll over going into the weekend, that's the last thing I want to do. Is be holding a bunch of stock. Let's see. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to think what I got left. I got a little bit of Tesla. If it goes back to lows, I will stop out of that. Sold Nvidia. Sold Shop. Yeah. Yeah, silver and gold was look at USO getting hit right now too. Well, that was an old one. Okay, it got hit and then bounced. Yeah, it makes me mad. I had a really good position on Newmont, and the gold. If historically, if I don't take my profits, I bought it back on this pullback to the 20 period right here at 44.33. I think I got, and I just took, I took my scalp. I had some, pretty good size, and I was like, I'm getting in this market. If I see 500 bucks, I take. I don't even care, but that's one I could have held on to. Oh, I see Baba getting crushed on my watch list here. Well, that's a yeah, probably want to pin it around 81 or something like that. Yeah, that one I probably could have held. I thought some of the China stocks would have done well today. This beak was on the radar, but the way they China opened up, I said, nah, I'm not gonna. Well, the market's trying to get a little bounce anyway. What's happening, Mike C? What's going on? Got got this. I built this yesterday. No trading today. That yeah, it's probably a wise. I mean, I did not definitely didn't go in and add too many. I mean, any more positions today. And I take that back. I cannot lie. I try not to add any positions, but I did buy some Indy because I just like the way the semis, and I'm underwater right now. I bought it at like 1040 this morning. I thought maybe it was going to go half size, and I will stop out if that thing breaks through 10, which could very well happen today. Way the way things have been trading. Anyway, I built this top scan, top list last night because I had it's very similar to the one that's above all moving averages, but I have the 200-day in there, and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? With the action we've seen in the market, there's a lot of stuff, charts that look good that are not above their 200-day moving average. You can just basically all you had to do is look at some of the, uh, you know, big tech. This was setting up real nicely yesterday, and I'm going like, well, why do I want to limit these really good looking charts when they're not above the 200? So I built one where they just have to be above the 10, 20, and the 50 moving average, but it also has to be above the 10 SMA on the 15-minute. Okay, so in other words, I don't want to see things under pressure under the 15-minute 10 simple moving average. It's pretty interesting. Uh, I just started look watching it today, and boy, you get some nice stuff coming through there. So what I did is I built not only that, I built a race, and also got this sorted by change from the open as well. So you can kind of see the change from the open here, and you can kind of see uh, the change from the open and the races. Now, I just started watching the races today, so I may have to kind of reconfigure this because I'm seeing some stuff come in. Like, wait, I don't understand why this would be on here if it's not above its 15-day moving average. Let me rebuild this. And all right, so let's try this. I'll launch a new one here, and I am going to build it from scratch. Sorry, I got sidetracked real quick. Looking at the market bounce here. Just had to add to my Tesla position and put a stop at today's lows. All right, so let's go in here and show race setup. Server sort. I don't think I did that. Change from the open I want. Let's do that. Change from the open. Server sort. We're just sorted by change from the open. Uh, and start time. Now let me see if this doesn't work better here. I'm gonna get rid of that one. I don't like the way that one's. I don't. I think I used Delta instead of server sort. So let's see how this looks like on my races. All right, that's what I want to see. That one's okay. Now these have to be. You're not going to find probably a lot of low floaters. I think I have going back to my configuration. This one is. I got a brand new dev version today, and it's a little bit wonky. I'm gonna have to port some bugs. Let's see what's going on there. There it goes. So this has a 10-day average of at least a million shares. I want stuff that's pretty liquid, that I can not only swing but some day trades in there as well. So I want some liquid stuff. Price above $5. Position in your range. Just don't want to find anything at the bottom. Change from 10-day, change from 20 days. So they have to be above those key moving averages. And this is just a hack to eliminate any ETFs. And liking what I'm seeing so far now, my new race. GFI. Yeah, I may not. If it, what I would keep an eye on is see if the spies could get uh, back above this 10 period moving average. That is what I would like to see. If I'm is I either get it down here at lows, or I don't. If I'm gonna chase, you can anticipate. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And if it, yeah, I can see your logic there, Patrick. Not a bad. Mister was one I called out today in my video for possible swing trades. Let's see, it was that one. It was Beak, and I had Newmont, but I don't think I mentioned it on my list. I don't know why I didn't mention that. And I kind of liked Apple, and I still do for if a pause, go for maybe on. That's going to be a nice little breakout there in Apple. Nice pivot level right there. So if it does get above that 158 level, it's going to be. Oh, you know what? I I was working on one and I did not get it finished in time. It always happens like that. And next thing you know, it's Thursday and the games are starting. But I can tell you this, it wouldn't have been any good because I went to school at Texas A&M, and of course they had a terrible matchup last night, and I never seen anybody so hot from the threes. They shot like 70% from 3-point range. Penn State did, just killed us. So I would have had A&M going a long way. So I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't put the money in. Thinking about taking a little reversion to the mean on this support down here, and 3-day support in Baba, just to see if it can go. I'll see if we can get a bar reversal though. You got Alabama going all the way. That's probably a pretty good bet. No, I'm definitely not an Alabama fan, but yeah, UCLA, they got a good team. They do have a good team. Let's see. Let's take a look at the markets real quick. Hey, spies right there. Boy, just below their moving averages now. I think you like Barry was saying, man. I think you just gotta watch and see. The banks are trying to get a bounce here, though. Yeah, sure. I'll share both of them here. Let me save and share to cloud. Save and share. Copy all. Okay, this is the let's say above 10, 20, etc. You guys know what I'm talking about here. Instead of writing the whole thing down. There's that, and here is the race. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure I got the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. And there is the race. There you go. Uh-oh, what happened to my did I minimize that? Oh, I guess I did. What do I think of Cook, huh? Let's see. Cook. Yeah, it looks good. Let's see. Trying it's good volume, real good volume. It's getting above its last moving average there, the 20 on the daily. Looks like it, may want to at least maybe try to go to this $4 range. I think if it can get through highs, I think it will. Just the momentum should carry it. Boy, this what's the KRE doing? Just floundering here, doing nothing. Gold getting a little bit tired here. Let me see. There goes pulling back. Sometimes when these things gets going to the downside. We'll see. Silver's doing. Silver getting a little bit tired too. I don't have the gall to short them though. Although usually when I'm long and they start this decline, they get hit pretty hard. Okay, let's take a look around. AGL will pop up there. Yeah, this is working great now. It must have been that not being on server sort that was causing it. But it is Friday. I don't know if I'd have to see something really sweet. Uh, that cook doesn't look bad. I'll put a alert in there just in case. Yeah, that is okay. I just got filled a little bit of baba here. BABA for just an oversold bounce. I'm looking just play the support down here. Bought it at 81. Small size. It is definitely not a momentum play. And could have waited for a bar reversal, but we'll see. Maybe I can add on the bar reversal. Baidu ripping. Going to highs there. Should help Baba. You would think. I got hit on for a little bit more at oh 08, 81.08. Kind of anticipating. And I'll buy my. And I can very well see you just getting slapped right back down. Spy's getting a lift. Yeah, there. Who was that? Patrick. Well, here's the deal. Like on that Baba, I'm playing a basically kind of a channel. No, it's a 3-day channel. Hold on here. And just buying support, basically buying yesterday's support. It held it down here. I did a little wick, which they commonly do, and so just this is just playing support. So I'll take a small size, and then when I get maybe a confirmation, if it gets above, I got 2/3 of my position now, and let's say this thing gets it back above this 10-period moving average, uh, I can always add some more. There's not a lot of fear in a play like this because I know my stop is going to be the low of the previous bar. So in other words, 75. So 25 cents. With small size, it's not going to hurt me. And if I hit it right, I could have a big move. I don't, you know, I don't do this often, but if I see something, a lot of times I'll put alerts, and you can see my alert right there that went off today earlier. And so when I see the alerts, I'll kind of watch it and see if it has, any potential of bouncing there. And so far, so good. But at the same time, you know, I'll I'll watch it when it meets this 10 period moving average, and if it can make it there, and then if I feel like it's getting hung up and maybe not going to make it, I'll go ahead and dump half of it, and just in that way it'll lower my risk that much more. How's that Tesla doing? Yeah, that's looking better. But yeah, I mean, they're risky. You don't risk a lot, first of all, because you can always add to your position. See what the bank's getting about, and not much of one. And a wick in the spiders there. DTC alert. No, any other day, not a lot of volume on that move on that DTZ. So I can't be bothered with something like that. Oh, Baba, that wasn't very much of a move so far. Well, you couldn't even make it up there to the fast line. Yeah, the SPX long, you still in the money. Yeah, I don't like this thing just going sideways with the moving average there. Oh boy. Attaboy. Dig in. Dig in. Nope. Those gold stocks bounce straight up, straight back up. And SPY did a bar reversal to the downside. but not much of one. Oh boy, got some. Yeah, it's just see how these banks are doing. All right, Baba. See if you can go attack that bad boy. And gets through, I will add my last third, but I'll probably watch it to make sure it's gonna be a confirmation of a getting through. That's ugly. Ooh, time flew fast. Heck, Google. That's been strong. Moment of truth in Baba. It's gonna get slammed, or is it gonna bounce? Odds will say it's gonna get slammed, but I think I don't know. Just I think it's just overdone and has the potential to get through. Yeah, yeah, I saw that perfect circle. Got the leprechauns. Well, Tesla rolled back over. Looks like it may have another date with this 50. I'll put alert down there in case it wants to go there, maybe Monday or so. Okay, I moved my stop in that Baba to just below 81, 80, 98. So just yeah, it should have done something. So SPY is getting weak again. Not giving up on it. Just felt like it could poke its head through, but so now I'm basically risking a flat. So but I'm not giving up hope on you, little Baba. Just if you fail and do a bar reversal, it's an easy one right there. So the bar reversal is at 99, so I'm just gonna get out 98 if it fails. Oh yeah, those goals just bounced right back up. Spies rolling back over. Yum see, boy, I thought that had a chance today. Look at that, just took off, hit that level perfectly, and just got dumped on. It's always weird. These, China stocks like will trade up overnight, 2.5%, and then they'll, gap up and get whacked in our market. So that's yeah, cyber. It's a scary market. I mean, when you got possible contagion out there, all you got to do is look back to 2008 and 2009, and yeah, I don't. It's not worth the risk. Now I was able to. I'm glad. You can scalp, hold things for maybe a day or two, but I'm quick to take profits when
Let's see, I just wrote that down. Andy said that the China stocks gap overnight on the China market, and then they gap in our market to begin with, and then they sell
They,
off. That
I'm
is my
telling you,
new trading
that's
plan.
right.
Oh, am I
I see it
live?
all the
I didn't know
time.
I was live.
And not
You
it's
can
not
hear
all
me?
not always the case, but
Oh, wait a minute, but add that note, not always the case. Okay. Oh man, if you can't have fun.
that's right.
You
That's
know, this
right.
is, as you say, this is a real choppy day,
It
both on
is.
the SPY and the
Mhm.
KRE. Very choppy day. Hard to time entries, well. It's just,
Yes.
this is the sort of day that I said earlier. If I weren't moderating a trading room, I'd be shutting off my computer. Maybe I've actually had more success trading in the afternoons over the last few months, to be honest.
Oh, really?
And oh yeah, just
Interesting.
because things seem to set up.
Mhm.
After all the 4 hours of froth, sometimes I just find that from 2 o'clock on, they may go into a trend for at least 30 minutes. Okay, that can give me something to to trade,
Yeah.
and 30 minutes to an hour, we'll say, and that's all I need. I just need something that's going to keep moving in the same direction. 30 minutes
Yes.
to an hour. I
Yeah.
don't need that much. And yeah, I'm finding in the afternoons, when all's said and done, the ones that were really active and have been jumping around all day, maybe they, in the afternoon, they start to figure out, okay, we're going to establish this trend for the rest of the day.
Right.
Not all the time, though.
No. No.
Again, not all the time.
No, you're right. A lot of
So,
times I've been kind of walking through this trade right here, and Baba came down to yesterday's low. A lot of these stocks that will come down to yesterday's low, in the middle part of the day, I will
yeah.
look. I will watch for, and I did. I bought 2/3 of my position, and if it gets above this, this fast line here, I'll probably add another third. So uh,
Hmm.
sometimes, yeah, when it gets choppy like this, that's my best strategy. Just find levels of support in stocks, and yeah, it's not fun. I'd rather play momentum, but
Hmm.
if you're having a hard time finding it, then hey,
We'll just walk away. Just
yeah,
walk
walk away.
away.
Sure, you can do that
No,
too.
don't try not to trade out of boredom.
Right.
Just to have to stick to the plan. Boy, I mean, I wish somebody had hammered me about that when I first started trading. Just don't
Exactly.
trade out of boredom. If you don't get the setup that you like, don't try to manufacture one. And
That's true. That's true.
wow.
Absolutely.
So,
But
my friend, if you want
all
to take
right.
off now, I know it's a couple of minutes before one, but if you want to take off now and start your, well, no, you're not going to start your weekend officially, but you can start getting out of the room anyway, and I'll take over for you if you'd
All
like.
right, Barry, and you have a great weekend.
I
Good luck.
will.
Good luck to your Bruins. And
Well, thank you, thank
I was
you.
going to ask, is that where you went to school, or are you just a fan of theirs?
Oh, Andy, Andy, Andy.
Barry, what?
What Bruins are you talking about?
I thought UCLA. I thought you were a UCLA fan.
No, 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 dude. First of all, number one, Canadian. I mean, I guess I could have gone to UCLA,
Yeah.
but no, we're talking about the Boston Bruins, man. We're talking
Oh, but
hockey,
I thought you were.
hockey, hockey,
I thought
hockey.
you also said in March Madness you were rooting for somebody, but I guess
No,
not.
no, no,
Okay.
no. You
Oh,
were
okay.
somebody in the trading room, in the room. I think it was Peter or somebody said
Ah,
they're rooting
okay.
for UCLA. Not me,
Okay.
not me.
Gotcha.
The only way,
Uh,
you know what? The only thing I follow about March Madness is just to see. Like yesterday, I noticed a 15 beat a two. Things like that.
oh yeah.
And I'll start to watching a little or following it a little bit more till we get to the Final Four. But I don't watch the games at all until then. But I always enjoy when a 15 beats a two. Has a 16 ever beat a one?
No.
That hasn't
Nope.
happened. Okay.
We've had several 15 or twos go down, but we've never had a one go down.
Okay. Okay.
I think we've had a couple of close calls, but no, never going down.
The only thing I know about this year's, and it's because teams can't. I mean, especially the big teams like the Dukes and all that. I mean, they can't retain their players.
Right.
I mean, it's been like that for a few years. I get it that, the one and done.
Sure.
So it's hard to build a dynasty anymore, I think, in certainly in college basketball. So to me, it's just wide open. I mean, who knows who's
Yep.
going to win?
Exactly. It really I mean, anybody can beat anybody on any given day. That's for sure in
Yeah.
basketball. Yeah. You just need one
But
guy
I
to
guess
get hot,
so.
man. Yeah.
I'll go for Gonzaga just because when they first burst on the scene, it was
Yep.
such a crazy name, Gonzaga, and they're in my
Yeah.
neck of the woods. So
Exactly.
I'll
A
always cheer
small
for
school up there
Gonzaga.
in the Northwest. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're fun to root for.
Well, as
All
we
right,
call it,
Barry.
we call it
No.
the Southwest, but that's
Oh,
okay.
there you go. Okay.
Okay, Andy,
All
have a
right,
great
buddy.
weekend.
Yeah, all right.
Okay,
Everybody
bye-bye.
have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in the YouTube room, and let me get back into the other rooms. All right, guys, I'm back in all the rooms now, and let me get rid of my message. I'm kind of eyeing this NCLH as a potential short, guys. NCLH as a potential short cruiser. A break under 1250 might get me interested. Came up on one of my scans, and so I have an alert set in that area. You can see the low yesterday was 1249. The day before was 1252. So we're in that area. If it can break through that, then the next low looking left is 1212. So I mean, it's got some room if it can break through. And I looked at CCL earlier. CCL though I think had some support or a little bit of support. So I didn't like it, but when I saw NCLH, I thought, okay, it's got a chance. But I'll wait for that break. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, I'll just move on. Somebody mentioned CRVP earlier. Yeah, I mean, it is really choppy, guys. I mean, I actually was looking at this one earlier on saying, too bad I can't short it at Interactive Brokers. And then it just, exploded higher. But you've got these topping tails and bottoming tails, low float, 4 million in the float. Let me put an alert on NCLH. I know I have one on the low side, but I just put one on the high side. Come on. And CLH, that's why it's not loading. Even Carvana is making a new look at I mean, I saw Carvana in the pre-market and it was, sinking here. But even Carvana is trying to have a little bit of a run, CVNA. How much uglier could Acer be after the collapse in the pre-market? Oh, I see. If you were playing a bounce, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a great break underneath the VWAP. I haven't shorted a stock under a dollar in an eternity. I cannot remember the last one, to be honest, but I mean, this is obviously an all-time low. Horrible news for it this morning. Wait a minute. It even had some, I guess this is why it popped. Product acquired from, the product they acquired from Santa Fe. Ooh, okay. I guess SNY are glad they don't have that anymore. Not that SNY's got a ton of products, of course, but all right. KMT. This looks like it's a Kennametal. KMT. Wow, through the 200-day today, through the 200-day moving average today in a big way. Didn't see this in the pre-market. Why? Look, it didn't trade. Did not trade in the pre-market at all. Don't do that. Good. So this Kennametal did not trade in the pre-market at all. KMT. The market opens and just got clobbered here. Well, clobbered, down 8%. Let's see if there's any news on this. Okay, where could there be some support? Could be some support right around now. The next low looking left is, excuse me, 24.28. So and the next, 24.63, then 24.28. So in this area could be a little bit of support for KMT. But boy, just got clobbered down through that 200-day moving average. Then we've got Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat, excuse me. Again, it's too bad. I keep looking when I click on these alerts that I'm getting. I keep looking left, hoping there's a nice big void for one of them. Just don't see it. It'd be great if that were the area right down here at 14, but unfortunately, there's just stuff between the current price, 1547 and 1530. So I just can't get excited about it. All right, well, Riot just made a new high, guys. What is BITO doing? Yeah, so BITO really hasn't moved much. So, somebody asked me in the pre-market, what about Mara or Riot? And, I know that Mara and Riot will have bigger moves in BITO, but looking at VITO on that weekly chart certainly has more room. So if you're looking for more of a swing type trading, if you believe in crypto at all, whereas, Merit and Riot certainly have bigger moves. But with bigger moves comes, oops, of course, the volatility. All right, HUBC is just tempting me to short it. It's just a temptation to short it. The low here, wow, 248. That's the low of the day. Underneath the VWAP, 288. Okay, I just mentioned the CRBP. I said it was frothy, but it just made a new high. CRBP just made a new high. Had the big run in the after hours towards the end of the day also. Excuse me. The high here, next high is it's 803. Is that right? On the weekly chart? 803 on the weekly chart. So it's got some room on the weekly chart. Pepe, are you still here? Yes, sir. All right. So do you know if within TradingView, let's just say I drew an anchored VWAP, okay? Do you know if there's a way in which every time I draw the anchored VWAP that it would automatically create a price alert on a cross? Or do you like a sort of a universal? Or do you have to do it each individual chart? Does that make sense, what I asked? Oh, I thought you used TradingView. Oh, I see. I thought you had TradingView for some reason. Okay. Well, anybody with TradingView, maybe they can answer that question. If you say drew an anchored VWAP or a VWAP, just you have your VWAP on every chart. Is there a way to have a universal alert created on a break of it? Okay, perfect circle. So if you've got the VWAP on every chart, okay, is there a way just to create as opposed to having to go to the individual chart and creating the alert on the break of the VWAP? Or is there a way to say universally, every chart? I guess it would be really hard. Yeah, I have to think about what I'm saying. What I'm saying makes zero sense. It makes zero sense. The reason being is that if you have the VWAP on every single chart, I mean, you could get thousands of alerts if you just had a universal break of the VWAP. Yeah, forget it. So, Luis, what do I think is better to sell short at a resistance level or breakdown? Any characteristics going to sell? Well, they because most of the stocks I'm seeing, Luis, are at the low of the day. If I'm looking to short, most of the stocks I'm seeing are a low of the day. So again, I just look left. I mean, if I see a big gap underneath. Now, if it's the low of the day because it's made 10 5-minute candles in a row low, no. But if it based a little bit and then it made a new low and then I get the alert, then I'll look left, like the Kenemet KMT. I was sort of a little interested, but I look left and I just see what I think is some support. Okay, so I won't take it. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that I get the alert for the low of the day for KMT at 24.51, and if I looked left and I saw that the next low on the daily chart was 23, $1.50 away, I'd be very interested. As an example, so you can do that in trade, think or swim with the script. So obviously, though, the script would say only show me stocks that I'm interested in, as opposed to just a universal break of the VWAP or whatever else you're trying to, an SMA or an EMA. So it would have to meet your filter requirements. I wonder if there's a way in trading view. But if I'm clicking on Vamanos, if I click on a symbol in trade ideas, now it's loading into my trade. I do have trading view, okay? I for a specific reason. But if so, I click on OR, and now it's loading in, and there is the VWAP already. No, yeah, the VWAP is drawn. Well, actually, I see what you're saying, because it would only, if it worked on only the symbols that I clicked on, that would be a way to do it. Well, you can figure that out, that'd be great. No, at this time I'm not talking to you, Pepe. I'm talking to Vamanos in our YouTube room, who said there might be a way to do it because, yeah, if and only on the stocks that I click on, which makes sense to me then, because I'm only seeing stocks that I might want to see, obviously, coming through my scans. But how, okay, so can you figure that out, Vamanos? I click on an alert. I have my, let's pretend this was a trading view chart. There's my VWAP. It would automatically would create an alert for a break of the VWAP because I've clicked on this, and then I move on to Bumble. It would automatically create an alert for a break of the VWAP without my having to do it individually. See, right now we can't do it at all in trade ideas. That's the issue. Number one, I can create an alert in TradingView for a break of the VWAP, but I have to do it manually each chart. I'm wondering though if there's a way to universally, as long as I've loaded the chart, to have it universally do it. because you can see where I'm going really with this is once we get the anchored view app up and running. Yeah, perfect circle. But I'm talking, yeah, the universal part. That's a great emoji. I love that emoji. The thinking emoji. ACIW guys has been a very interesting one. I only had this is, I forget about Intel because Intel I think was influenced by this nonsense that happened here. Okay, so that I don't know what happened here. This big topping tail, I'm sure it did not get up there, but so ECIW 2658. I mean, it's not been like a rocket ship or anything, but 2715 now. And then you have the CRBP, but that has been really a challenge. But hey, 674, 70, got up to 725. So on a day in which the market basically, every major indice is down, Dow's down, Nasdaq's down, and probably most of the sectors are down. Two out of the three, and I just forget about Intel. I mean that was only triggered because of this big topping tail at the beginning of the day. These two have actually, in a day in which it's been really, in my opinion, kind of a very choppy day, two good ones from the 10-day daily breakout on a day in which the markets are down. Okay, Jeffro, no promises. Okay. Are you on a monthly or a yearly? Talking to Jeffro in our main room. Okay. So no promises, but this is what I would do. Just give me a moment. Okay. So if you go to the home page, okay, I just put the homepage link in, click on the homepage link, and then when the little questions and answers balloon pops up, okay, questions and answers, ask the question, give them your email. Hey, my yearly is coming up. I'd like to take advantage of the 20%. Okay. What can you do for me? I cannot guarantee you. I don't know what they'll do. Okay. But you can try, see what they say. You've caught them on a good day. They might, they might be generous. I don't have anything to do with the billing. So, and which I really like. Okay. I don't want to step in between. So you can try that. Okay. See what they say. Just make sure you give them the address, your email address, so they can look up your account. And if you ask in a really nice way, you never know what might happen. Okay, guys, I will do a video. I will do a video. So let me just put the announcement in. I'm going to do my video now. 125 should be back by about 135, or excuse me, or earlier, assuming I have no technical issues while doing the video. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Sure, Pepe, sure. I've got a couple of I've got somebody in our maybe in our YouTube room looking at it. Somebody in our main room, Vamanos, is saying they think there's a way to do it. They don't have TradingView, they have the free version, but thinks there's a way you can walk me through it. That'd be awesome. Can you guys hear my computer taking off or is they okay? So I got the VWAP indicated. Okay, create an alert from the button at the top. Yes, yes. Create the alert. Yes. Okay, done. First though, I've got to. Okay, let me try it again. Okay, I don't see the condition dropped. Oh, there it is. VWAP. Ooh, VWAP. Oh my. So that's VWAP session. Okay, I've got. Okay, I've done that. The condition, and then just create, and that's it. I know it'd be easy enough to see. Anything else other than create? Yeah, I got the condition, the VWAP session. Let's just do it. I'll see. Okay, crossing condition. Okay, let me try again. Yeah, crossing condition. Crossing. Oh, okay. I got you. Crossing up, crossing down. I see. Okay. Um, yeah, how about okay, crossing. Well, crossing. Yeah, crossing. We're gonna have to save this because it didn't look like it worked exactly the way maybe I sorry guys, thanks again for Pepe trying to I'm just gonna do another one here. Here we go. Okay. Once per bar. Okay. Yeah, good point. You don't want it maybe just today. It's interesting. The dotted, do you get a dotted line? A dotted red line when you set the condition? When you set it, even because the dotted red line appears to be at the current price, but it's not triggering. So I guess, well, we'll see if that works. Okay, I mean, let's just show you. So here's my dotted red line at 1868, but here's the VWAP up here. So I would have anticipated because normally when you do it manually, you get a little alarm clock or something. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see if that makes any sense at all. Yeah, here's the issue. I don't see. Yeah, I don't think that worked. It has to work. I think it has to work, but not the way because I'm looking at another one. I don't see a red line as an example, a dotted red line. But I will play with it for sure because that'd be very cool. Okay, so the banks are popping a little bit here, guys. Yeah, the banks are popping, even though KRE is not. But I'm looking at WAL. WAL. A little bit of a move here, even though KRE is not, and I think FRC is doing the same thing. Yeah, interesting. KRE is not. There's another development version out for me now. So I saw when I was on my break, you guys were talking with this JTLB. Yeah, just I was on my break. Wow, 37.11. So this, I mean, obviously it's got the room, guys. GTLB. I mean, it got hit hard for a reason on that day here. This is back, what, 4 days, 3 days ago. Got hit hard, all the way from 43 down to 30, but it's been recovering. And now It's at the high of the day for GTLB, but you've got to be really careful because look what happened when it hit that high before 36.78. And then it got, well, actually didn't drop that much. Well, ACIW guys, it's still certainly bucking the trend of the overall market. Now that's KRE. Let's take a look at the SPY. Just want to see what the SPY is doing. Yeah, so SPY is doing really nothing. KRE though, boy, you're right though. FRC and WAL certainly not following KRE right now. CS hit more bad news. At least four global banks have put restrictions on new dealings with Credit Suisse. Two banks are taking measures that involve cutting unsecured exposure to Credit Suisse in new dealings. It's almost as if WAL is welcoming that news. WAL is welcoming that news. Getting close to that 200-day moving average, 3220. Sorry, the VWAP, 3224. How ugly is this one? DXLG, boy, the next low looking left is 420, 432. So at least this has got some room now. The problem is it's so extended on the way down. And through the 200-day moving average, it's not an earnings play. Right on. That's you're right. You're absolutely right, Pepe. Now it makes sense. It was a value drop down that I wasn't, but now I don't see anything on the chart, which is okay, I guess. I don't see that dotted line, which was appearing at the current price. I don't know if it's going to be universal though. Ah, yeah, good question. Now, what banks are Warren loading up on? My guess, it wouldn't be original, just for out of but look at I don't know. I'm not saying Bank of America, but some major bank. Remember when he loaded up on GS, and everybody thought he was absolutely insane. I think it was around $98, and he had options or something too. This was back in the yeah. I mean, you got to go back to 2000 and but he was loading up on the options, I think, on GS right around here, and everybody thought he was crazy. I mean, it's going back a few years, back in 2012. I think it was earlier though. I think it was right, 2008, 2009 during that the meltdown. There we go, 2008. I don't know what I was doing then. I didn't have trade ideas then. Anyway, Pepe, that's some work for you over the weekend. Figure out how I can do it universally. Okay, thank you. Well, as you know, Pepe, being up in Canada, it takes a long time to get that invoice, so I still haven't got it yet. It gets checked at the border. They open it, make sure it's legit. So I still haven't got it yet. VKTX guys, VKT. Look left, sugar. This looked really interesting. Look at this, a little break here for VKTX, but I look left and I just see some resistance. Too bad. If you look, I've got a monthly chart up. Let me take a look on a weekly chart. Yeah, I've got a real problem though between this price 1163 and 12. There is a lot of stuff happening. Too bad. That would have been really nice. I mean, this is, one of the sort of a bit of a clean break. Well, maybe WAL, maybe it's a delayed reaction because now there is a green bar in KRE. Maybe it was a delayed reaction for WAL pushing this up. However, oh man, 3223 is the VWAP. So far, a bit of a rejection. A rejection. So I guess in theory, you could take this short right here and put your stop a little above the VWAP. No, too late now. You know what's making a little bit of a move, guys, is that Sarepta, SRPT. I've had this thumbnailed all day long just to kind of check to see what it's doing. Making a little bit of a move now. Now the high in the pre-market was 124.50 or so. I'm going to stick an alert. I know I don't normally trade stocks this price, but in this price range, but I don't know. It had obviously the huge drop because of the news. It's pretty cryptic, Terry. It's been days. Okay. It's been days. Somebody in our YouTube room. All right, GTLB guys. Looks like it, little bottoming tail. The sellers tried to knock it down. They knocked it down a bit. This has still got some, maybe it has some legs in it. I mean, obviously it's got the room. The next high looking left is 45.55. Yeah, FRC guys is stirring a little bit here, a little over 26 now. He's a very rich moron, isn't he, William Ackerman? Yeah, this GTLB is interesting. I mean, it's sort of settling down a little bit here for such a stock that's had a big pop. The spread is not terrible. Yeah, the custom channels. I think what you have to do is pin them, which I don't ever talk about anymore. Oh, wait a minute. That's a custom channel. Change from the open. That's a custom channel. Because I was trying to figure out there's a way. Okay, that's a custom channel that I made and I just loaded it and it's not getting rid of my layout. And I know there's a pinning action here, but I don't think I selected that. You might have to pin it though. I hate to tell you to do that. Now, the other thing too is, of course, if you do create if you do have your dock, if your layout, if you just make it a big dock layout, that'll work too. Okay. Because anything that you've docked will remain, of course. But this is not docked, as an example. These two are not docked, they're just free floating, but they did not disappear. It's so long since I created this one. I can't remember if by the way, guys, GTLB on the move here. Um, yeah, this is a custom channel. Just a minute, just a minute. I hate for, no, I don't want you to pin. Pinning can get you into all sorts of problems when you don't realize you've pinned, and then you load a layout over layout over layout, and that's when people get can have all. This is not pinned. These two are not pinned, so that's not the reason why they're remaining. I should know this, but I don't because I can't remember how I created this custom. Don't pin. And the reason I say that is because people get into trouble and they save their layout and they load it and they don't realize. I've never had the issue, but for some reason, some people don't quite understand when they pin something, and then all of a sudden their system just slows down like you wouldn't believe. And we can tell because if you look underneath, you've got like 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 of the same window underneath because it's been pinned. And so I never talk about pinning anymore. But I mean, guaranteed, if you take your default layout and you dock everything, then it won't go away. You know, if your default layout, if you dock it, you know, you don't have to create a giant dock like of everything, but even if you, here I've got these two docked, that won't go away. This is docked, okay? So you don't have to create one giant dock layout. You can sort of create little areas that you might want to dock together. So if in your default layout, everything is in a dock, then it will not go away for sure. But I don't know why this, yeah, I must have created this in a way. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I thought maybe you had to pin your custom. But what I would do is, why not just take your default layout? Also, the thing about your default layout, give it another name, okay? Call it Naveen 1 or Naveen's layout, or just give it another name other than default. But if you dock everything, again, as I'm trying to explain, I think I've got separate windows docked, so I don't have to dock them all into one big dock. I've got these docked, another monitor. That's what I would do, and then I guarantee that that will solve the issue or solve it. Meanwhile, guys, Sarepta is on the move here. SRPT is on the move a little bit here. Just mention this. If it takes out the pre-market high, which is 124.50, it could get running a bit. And you obviously know how to dock, so that's what I would do. How many windows do you have in your default that I will call now Naveen 1, okay? How many Trader Diz windows do you have, including charts and scans? Oh, then just create a dock. That's simple then. Just create a dock with 8 windows. That's it. You don't have very many, so so Terry, I see your question, sent several emails to support over two. Are you sure that didn't go into spam? I know we had an issue with emails coming in and we weren't necessarily seeing them, but I thought somebody answered you. I can recall, so I thought somebody answered you a while back. Weren't you looking for float information? Like how often is our float information updated? The short float percent and the float information? But that's a long time ago. If you're just talking recently, then they're not hitting, we're not getting them because I haven't seen your name. We're somehow not getting them. Yeah, you can't send the layout in YouTube. Okay, you'd have to come to the main room, Terry. Yeah, people can't put link. I mean, you may think you've put a link in YouTube, but look, I'll just show you. See, it's not there. People can't. I'm the only one who can put links in into YouTube. So if you want to send me the link, you'd have to come into the main room. So if you want to come to the main room, here's the link. Okay, guys. So I'm still watching the GTLB. I was almost going to take that trade, and then I got tied up in talking to Naveen, which is okay, which is a good thing because it's dropped down now. So I'm going to keep watching it to see if it gets back into the 30s, 37 30s or so. What price though? CPRI. What was the price he bought it at? That's always interesting to know too. Wow, okay, 5150 and 4150. Okay, well, the one at 5150, that is something. Yes. So Meta underneath 200. I'm still waiting for Amazon to get over 100 again. Yeah, this is Goldman Sachs' number one stock. That's what they say. Well, Terry, let me just check to see again. I know we had some problems with people sending emails to us, and they were going into some kind of a spam box for some reason. But let me check to see if you're still there. Let me check to see if it came into our email. But I suggested all you had to do was come into the main room and give it to me. And I don't see it. I do not see it. So, but if you've left, you can leave unhappy, or you can come into the main room and give me your layout, and then at least, even if I can't help you, I'll pass it on to the other traders. Okay. Well, at least the stock of the decade did actually work, Shady, for a while. At least it worked for a while. Okay, guys, keep an eye on that GTLB, maybe ramping up again. This could, I mean, look, it hasn't been that bad actually. It hasn't had the massive drops. So Terry, I don't know if you're still in the room, but I don't see an email. Okay, so it did not hit our email server. I apologize for that. All you have to do is come into the main room, give me your layout, and then I can take a look at it. And if I can't help, I'll send it to somebody who can. But I apologize for the fact that I don't know why we're not getting your emails, but I can tell right off the bat we did not get an email from you. A recent IPO, I think, Dice, D-I-C-E. I think it's a relatively recent. It is, well, there's the VWAP at 2701. What did it get up to? Well, you can see the VWAP right there. It almost got to the VWAP. I'm talking about FRC. Are you not a buyer of Dice because you don't like the company or just some other reason? Has some room, and the VWAP is up here at 2885, so it does have some room if it wants to pop. Financials, okay. Okay, I'm going to stick an alert for this one around 37.31, just in case it has a late day flurry for GTLB. Another one flirting, WAL flirting with the 200 the VWAP, 32.22, 32.22, just underneath it now. All right. Well, watching Waldot right here, guys, underneath the VWAP. Let's see if it has a big fall from there. Let's see the KRE. I mean, it's not dropping dramatically, but okay, still holding under the VWAP. We have a halt now. UCL halted because of volatility. UCL. Holding under the VWAP still. Wall. Oh man, well, right at that hole number two, 32, underneath the VWAP at 32, all sorts of stuff happening. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'm trying to do something here and it's going to require concentration. So I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, I'm back. Well, I'm really interested. I'm interested in the FRC, the WAL, but more the FRC. But the WAL is now looks like it might. Let me just bring up the chart again. It tested the VWAP a little bit above it. Come on, got a little bit above it at, at 32.36. Tested the VWAP area. Yeah, thank you, Gary. Yeah, guys, make sure you put all that in general market talk, okay? You're a tough time, and William, I know you guys know, probably just forgot. General market talk, okay? Hard for me to believe that there won't be too many, I think, holding an FRC over the weekend. That's my feeling. So will it be a big kind of a big, not a huge sell-off? I'm not saying it's going to get back down to a 15 or anything, but well, this E-man has had quite the run, 3-day run. EMAN. I mean, it has a little bit of room left on the weekly chart, a little bit, until it hits that high of 181. Saw this one earlier, GROY, Groy, gold. Okay, gold royalty again, just coming into some potential resistance. It's showing up a momentum on my momentum scanner, but it's coming into what I consider some pretty good resistance. So can't do it. Now this is shortable too. I forgot the GTLB is shortable, so I may have to flip the script in my mind and take a look at this on might be a little late. GTLB. Yeah. Looks like there could be some support around 36.40 for it. So Too risky in my opinion because it can really jump, and that's the GTLB. I really have to take a look at FRC. What happens if it takes out 25? Looks like the low of the day is 24.63. I don't know. It's Mitch. I mean, at 32, it's just looking. It just doesn't want to leave 32 yet. It's still hanging underneath that VWAP for quite a while. I guess that's the good thing if we're looking to short this. There's the VWAP 32.21, so it's still hanging underneath. I think it's really going to have to break down. I think it's going to have to break, into the 70s before this could really start rocking down. All right, I know I'm not on mute right now. This acquisition, JMac? Yeah, Acquisition Corp. Okay, guys, GTLB is starting to sink here, coming into maybe a support area, but if it takes that out, takes this out right here, boy, it's got a lot of room underneath. 35.75 is the next low looking left on that 15-minute chart. Okay, I'm going to say it. WAC is not going to stay at 32 for the whole day. Okay, for the rest of the day. Something will happen one way or the other. How about WAL, not WAC? I refuse to believe it's just going to sit around 32 for the rest of the day. All right, guys, 2:35. So one last look at my homepage. Again, that promo, I'm sure it'll be good till Sunday night anyway, maybe Monday, but I don't really know. So if you're looking to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, now's a good time. We have a 25% promo on right now for St. Patrick's Day. Any excuse for a promo. Okay, so if you click on my link, and I can get you 25%, so don't use that link. So Patty 25, there it is for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes to go through them. New to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a course put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. It's a great, well, it starts off with what is a stock? So it gets as basic as you want. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Well, we'll see if Steve can come up with a trade of the week next week. This week was only cash, not the stock, but cash. All the education is here. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, as I'm waiting on something here, click here for my scans. Here are my scans. Pre-market act is up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Here are the two races that you see. This is the beautiful breakdowns. They break down breakdowns or breakups. This is a momentum scan. It's a halts resumes that you see that I display all day long. So if you want my scans, there they are. Again, when you click on my homepage link, you have to scroll down, okay? Scroll down, and that's where my scans are. So again, if you do decide to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link and then click on that promo code. And also, if you save my homepage link, then you can look at my scans anytime you want, and of course that education section. Yeah, but that's why you use that's why you use, when you click on my link, okay, you click on my homepage link and you use this Patty 25. I know what it's going to say, get trade ideas. I know that, but that's why you use Patty 25 instead of the Patty 20. Okay, so let's just do it. Purchase, and we use Patty 25. There you go. Okay, there's the 25%. So use Patty. I know it says Patty 20, but that's why I'm saying use my code Patty 25. If you have a monthly already and you want to take it on an annual, absolutely. Okay. You will have to, but all you have to do, it's simple. I mean, it's relatively simple. All you have to do is click on, give you the link. Okay, Blaine. So all you have to do is click on the homepage link that I put in there, and then questions and answers, and say, hey, this is my email address. I have a monthly. So ask the question. Here's my email address. I'd like to take advantage of the St. Patrick's Day promo. Now they may say 20, but say, hey, I was in Barry's room and it says Patty 25. So if you ask really nicely, I'm sure they'll do that for you. Okay? Mention the Patty 25, okay? You know, well, they should know. They should know. So Anaya, can wall go up? Yep. Wall can go up. Wall can go down. I mean, we don't know. I mean, it's all over the place. I mean, it looked like it was going to break down quite a bit. That's what I was waiting on, actually. I was almost going to take the trade. But I mean, to answer your question, can it go up? Yeah, it can go up, but it can also go down. I guess we can say this, it is now through the VWAP, 32.21. But I mean, it's a challenge. This is no question. It is a challenge to trade it. It's interesting. FRC is not following wall right now. So FRC, that takes out 25. That could signal a bit of a gap down. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute. I'm going to add to that, though. I will. Okay, so if you have a question, don't be shy, but I'll put myself on mute. But I will absolutely hop back on the mic if there's a question, okay? Oof. So Pepe, now why would I've never considered Thinkorswim. I'd have to get a subscription to, well, obviously it's a brokerage, right? So really, in Canada, I can just use the software in Canada. You should. I didn't know it was available in Canada. No, I actually did. Yeah, I can check on that, but I actually read somewhere where you don't have to really know how to program. You just sort of tell it what you want, and it'll do it. It's sort of like a chat AI, which is pretty cool. If you can do it, if you can do that without having to know a programming language. Whoa, sugar, 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 sugar. You know why I'm swearing sort of? That's about as swearing as I can do. Doggone it. Okay, heads up. Why am I saying that? Thanks, Pepe. See, you distracted me. So now the money I was going to send you for fixing my upload problem, now you owe me. Yeah, it's the FRC. It's the FRC. I wanted to take it on the 25 break, and I just got wrapped up talking. Oh well. I mean, I just could not see people holding this over the weekend. So I'm not saying it's going to get back down to here, 1620. But yeah, this could halt on the way down. Wow, that would have been that would have been an awesome way for me to end the week. Just looking at that 25 break. That's okay. I'm just kidding, Pepe. Wow. Well, I just have KRE up. I don't even know what the SPY is doing, but I'm sure the SPY isn't pretty either. Yeah, so KRE and the SPY are looking about the same. Son of a gun. What a move is right. I mean, that is just that's $2 in how long? I have a 15-minute chart up, but oh well. Still at 2681. Yeah, well, that's way below. Ah. So Jamie, you were asking me, Jamie, in our YouTube room, you're asking me about afternoon trades. I know the banks yesterday did sort of the same sort of thing. I think they ripped higher because of the announcement about the injection of money and all that. But I'm telling you, I just find that trading in the afternoon, later on in the afternoon, if I weren't doing this, if I weren't having to, well, I don't have to, but I enjoy doing it. But if I weren't moderating a trading room, there's a part of me that says, you know what? You just turn on your equipment. Let's see, at my time, 11 o'clock my time in the morning, and start looking then. Just comfortability, Luis. It's not, and that's not a recommendation. I've just used 15-minute charts. When I first started trading, I used 2-minute charts exclusively. I didn't even have a daily or a weekly or anything. And then I gravitated to a 5, and now I've sort of settled in on a 15. I have a 5. I do have a 5-minute chart on another monitor, but I really, I just really pay attention on the 15 more than anything. But again, that's just me. It's not a recommendation to do the same thing, but Financial Times breaking news. What Well, I'll just put FRC on my screen and curse at it. That low yesterday was 1886. Okay, guys, again, on mute, on mute. Okay, guys, a little pop for ENZ. I'm seeing ENZ. Little breakout of consolidation for ENZ, late day. Come on, where are you? Right there. Now it got stalled again at the high of the day, 238, 239. Got to 239. There's the high of the day. No, but it's squeezing. There's a very low short float percent, but it is moving. Oh, gosh. FRC. Okay, back on mute. Oh, guys, back off mute. Look at Sarepta now. SRPT looking for maybe a late dayer. This is at the high of the day. It's a more expensive stock, of course, but if you're into it, obviously a massive gap. Got hit with some bad news, but it's at the high of the day right now. SRPT. High of the day and took out the high of the pre-market. That's where I had my alert, 124.49. So high of the day and took out the high of the pre-market, and that is SRPT. Yeah, well, there's no question that FRC and Wall are going in different directions now. FRC now again underneath 23. Wall is approaching 34. FRC and Wall going in different directions. Not that they should be going in the same direction, but uh, I mean, Wall as a late day bloomer. um, yeah, I mean, there's the high of the day is 35.43 or so. So it's a couple of dollars away from the high. It would probably have to take out that high, 34.32, and then 35. So if it took out the high of the previous 15-minute candle, then there's still another dollar to the high of the day. And then, of course, we've got the pre-market high way up here at 38. I mean, anything can happen. I mean, these have been just unbelievable to trade. You just don't see moves like this. The stocks with, 100 million in the float, but we're in different times. So Pepe, if we're going to talk later, do you want to do this in Discord or shut this main room down and we can do it in Discord or? No, no, no. I'm interested. I'm actually thinking about trading views still, but first of all, I'd probably go to a forum and find out. Number one, that'd be easy to do. But creating a watch list of stocks that I click on all day long and trade ideas, and then just have it look at that. But we'll see. So, guys, what time is it now? 3:16. So I am going to shut this down, main room and YouTube down. Okay. What a week. I mean, what I haven't, well, I don't know what next week, nobody knows what next week is going to bring, but it can't be any, I can't imagine it's going to be as wild as this week, but you just never know. So let me just get my script together. Okay, if it's just TOS stuff, okay, you're right. It's probably too much trouble for me. Okay, so we'll forego the Discord. But thank you for first of all, I just want to see if it's available in Canada, number one. But okay, but we can pursue TradingView if you want, because then I can show the screen and all that. Okay, guys, thank you for all of the help. What a week, as I said. I'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we will see you then. Bye-bye. And Pepe, if you're in Discord, we can chat. If not, I understand. That's okay. And YouTubers, you guys have a great weekend also.